Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This what you about today, oh. This what you about today, oh. Beseku, beseku. Bada 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 bada. Skibidi bidi da bado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on grudgy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba.
Yes, indeed. It doesn't matter where you're from. You're from Grand Juliet County. You're from Cape Town. You're from Montserrado. You're from Raver Says. You're from Raver G. Tonto Spoon. You're from Bombay County. You're from Grand Cape Mount. From Lofa County. Bunk, Nimba. Just wherever you are. Tonto Spoon. This is where you get the news. This is where you get to know what the happenings are across the country, what Liberians are talking about, what the policymakers are doing. We bring you face to face with the newsmakers, give you the opportunity to engage with them, ask those critical questions, get to know what the policymakers are doing. Of course, what the issues are in the country, what Liberians are talking about, and a lot more. We bring you here on every edition of the program. I'd like to say welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight. This is Spoon Talk. We're back on your radio. We're live on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. Thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bombay County, Premier FM in Bunk. Many thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew County, Bombing. That's Bunk County. You have Premier FM in Nimba County. You have Radio Yalaman. They're always relaying the program. Many thanks to the people in my Gibby County, right next door, Kakata, Gibby FM. It's always relaying the program from Kakata, Margibi County. And thanks to you, our audience, our followers online as well. As always, we're streaming across the internet. We're live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We're live on YouTube as well. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. And I want to welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight on another informative show. This is where you get the news. This is where you get authentic information, objective analysis about the happenings across Liberia from our diverse panel here every night. So welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. Kindly share the program as you come on tonight. We appreciate if you were to share the show in your different group chats on your WhatsApp, in your WhatsApp groups, on your Facebook timelines. You know, let's hope we can have a great conversation tonight as we have thousands of Liberians joining us from across radio land on the different frequencies in the country, and many of you, thousands of you, joining us as well on YouTube and on Facebook. Let's hope we can have a great show tonight. My name is Nelson Colette, and of course, as usual, we're going to go to the phone lines and hear your thoughts. What are the issues that are of concern to you? What is it you want to talk about tonight? What is it that is of concern? Is it about health? Is it about the educational sector? Is it about sanitation in the country? Is it about the environment, environmental pollution? Is it about the economy of the country? Or is it that you want to talk about the political issues in the country across the three branches of government? Or maybe you just want to talk about the health issues across the country. Just whatever that issue is of concern to you, you have the opportunity to speak out. This segment of the program is very important because here you get to talk about the issues that would not usually make it on the agenda, you know. And yes, the Spoon Talk sets the agenda, but this segment gives you an opportunity where you can get to talk about the issues. To some extent, you know, come with your own narrative with respect to what the happenings are across the country. And so, welcome. It's a great way to welcome you all to another edition of Spoon Talk, the first edition for this week. A lot has been happening over the weekend. So many things happening across the country, and we're here tonight to bring you the updates as well. But just before we do that, let me go to the phone lines and hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? What is that issue that is of concern to you? You can go right ahead and talk about those different issues of concerns here tonight. But just quickly to the updates, quickly to just a few of the updates, as we have so many things happening across the country. But we will provide you just few updates here, and then we can get the rest of the show going on here tonight on Spoon Talk. Thanks for joining us on the program. I see Dr. Richardson is coming in already. Let me see. I don't know if she's ready now. Once she is, she's gonna signal to me, and then I will bring her on shortly. Yes. Well, different civil society organizations in the country have started um, the activities surrounding the 16 days of activism in the country. They had a march today in Ganta City, Nimba County. The 16 days of activism against sexual and gender-based violence. That's how they call it. So it's a whole activity that goes on annually, and you have different civil society organizations organizing different events to highlight, you know, how grave this issue is and how much of an urgency or how much of an attention needs to be that will have to be given to the issue of sexual and gender-based violence in the country. What the different state actors can do to address the issue, especially to cater to the victims and create an environment that will see this issue of sexual and gender-based violence being minimized in the country. And beyond that, you know, those different organizations have their own activities they carry out, but they officially launched it in the country today. And so that's something that has been going on from that. And the National Fisheries and Aquaculture Authority, through its Director General, Emma Matthew Glasgow, uh, along with the team from Liberia, they're in Egypt. Information is that they were able to sign a technical cooperation, a memorandum of understanding in Egypt, in Cairo. uh, General R. Hussein uh, Fahad Mohammed signed on behalf of the government of Egypt, and that particular MOU is geared towards uh, is focused on the aquaculture development in the country, enhancing fisheries governance through monitoring, control, and surveillance. And it's also geared towards strengthening cooperation to conduct scientific research programs across the country. You will also see the aquaculture. Recently, there was an aquaculture program launched at the University of Liberia. Some student exchange program and all of those things are in a part of that. And yes, aside from that, well, a lot more happening across the country. Liberians are looking forward to see what happens in the next couple of days. Let's say hours, beginning tomorrow at the Capitol building. Yes, following everything we saw over the weekend. So, just a few of the happenings here. There was a protest today at the Samuel Kayado Sports Complex. The beach and waterway workers, some of them have been there protesting. The casual workers from the Ministry of Youth and Sports have been carrying on their own protests there as well for salaries issue and some other concerns they have. So those are just a few of the many issues. We Let me see if I can bring Dr. Richardson in. I don't know if she's ready now. Okay, so she just signaled to me that she's ready. Dr. Richardson, welcome. It's good to see you.
Nelson, hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well, and it's a good thing that we're here again, starting another week, a brand new week,
Yeah.
talking about Liberia and all of those different issues.
Yep, it's Monday on my end. It is the beginning of the eating season. That's what I like to call it, the eating season, because in a couple of days we'll be celebrating Thanksgiving, and all we do is go to the supermarket and go to the store and shop and shop and shop, buy a lot of food and cook
Okay.
and serve our large families. They even have Black Friday, which is known to be a historically shopping day. A lot of the stores cut the prices and have huge sales, and many people
Wow.
go shopping on Black Friday. So after you eat on Thursday, you go spend your money on Friday.
So that Richardson, the way you say the things, say it will make people to hold back. After you eat, then you spend your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the first way you said it when you said, you're going shopping. It sounds good in the ears of the person spending the money. Then, for the business people, when yeah, it's also good for them. But when you say go and spend your money, somebody out there who is very sensitive when it comes to how they spend, and say, so you mean I really going to spend my money? I going to give my
But
money?
I, but I jog at. I mean, even boy, look at it. Why just took the day Monday. Imagine the day Monday. Some of us finished shopping already. We planning we got a season food, you know,
Hmm,
because all the family members, huge gathering. This is what Thanksgiving is all about on this part of the world. There's huge gathering of family members. I mean, just everybody just cook and cook and cook, and then you eat on Thursday, and then they have Black Friday, which is the Friday after Thanksgiving. Historically, all of the stores they slash the prices. That's what they say now. They slash the prices on products, and then people go and shop. And my daughters, actually, I will admit, in the past, I actually participated in the shopping
the
spree.
Black Friday shopping.
Yes, I did. And so you can get up in the morning, like you can leave your house, because my daughters and I used to leave our homes, my home at 10 o'clock at night,
Hmm.
because I finish eating. we rest more, and then to hit the store by 12 o'clock. The stores are open all night long.
Wow.
Yeah. So
So
yes.
so is it like 12 o'clock? Okay, so you get ready and you're there, you take off by maybe 10
Yes.
on the Thursday, and then you're
Yes.
there at 12 a.m. on the Friday, the actual
That's
Black
right.
Friday.
Black
Oh,
Friday
okay.
starts. And then you just start standing in line to buy your products. They got slashes on big screen TV. At the time, you go to there's an electronics store. Everybody knows it here that you go to, or if you want clothes, people start shopping for Christmas. For the holidays. Like you start buying all your children's gift. You go to the different malls. All the malls are open 24 hours around the clock. They don't usually open, but that particular day, most people change the schedule, and it's really interesting. I don't do that anymore. My kids, I know my daughters who are younger, much much younger, they're like, "Mommy, we gotta go Black Friday shopping," and blah blah blah. I was like, "Yeah, go ahead, children." I learned when to how to spend my money.
Hmm. It's very interesting. Yes. So a lot of shopping will be going on uh this Friday, you
Yes,
know.
this Friday. A lot of eating too. People are gonna just eat. I mean, food there plenty. I'm telling you now. So I just came from this morning. Let me just tell you. So this morning I drove. There's a little countryside where I am, and it's known for their beef and goat and all kind of different things. You can get fish. You can get fish to they sell the fish in a box. And so a lot of immigrants go there. So you got to get there early in the morning. They give you a number, and you stand in line, and they're gonna call your number. You sit in your car, and they call your number, and then they take you go in the store by a group of 10 people from a very small place, but it serves a lot of meat and good. So I had to go get my little package of spare ribs and all of that stuff. So I'll be making spare ribs, cooking some soup. The only thing I
Wow.
can, yeah, I got it. The only thing I got, I'm a fufu yet, so I gotta get my fufu. I wish yeah, I wish I had bread for that because the way my family does it, they put a menu together, somebody responsible for that, and they pass the menu around, and everybody take what they want. So I took the spare ribs and then fufu and soup. So somebody else took jollof rice. Somebody else, my husband checked in. He's like, "Can you help me make jollof rice? We're having a party at a job tomorrow. I told you eating season started, right?" So I,
Mm-hmm.
I said, "I'm going." He said, "Oh, okay. Just tell me the recipe. I will start it, and then you can be looking at it." I said, "Okay."
Yeah. So it's a very good thing that the weekend will be a very long one for especially those in the US.
Mm.
Um, I know of two individuals here who have already said that they're having their Thanksgiving dinner, and I said, but we already had Thanksgiving. Like Brian said, no, but that the other Thanksgiving we're having here. So
Yeah. So yeah, I can imagine. I'll be having two Thanksgiving when I move back home.
yeah, so most of the folks here, especially people who came from that and are extending the celebration here, and all of that. So, which is a very good thing. I think
Yes.
it's a time when people are just grateful for, everything beyond just the actual, um, observance and all of that. Is a time when people will just look by and be grateful and thankful.
Yeah. So I think it'd be good if we ask today, like, what are some people thankful for? Despite everything that's happening in the country, despite the whole thing that happening in our, House of Representative, there are some things that we're still thankful for, like family and friends, family, good friends, for having a job for some of us, having just being able to get up in the morning. You got to be thankful for that. But, there are some people who trying to sabotage and make our Thanksgiving, the things in life that we're supposed to be thankful for, the people in the House of Representatives trying to, some of them are, all of them are, they're trying to hold hostage our our happiness, but will not allow them. Will not allow them.
Yeah.
So what happened
But
that today? What they did that today? What is it?
no, tomorrow is the actual day, uh, and we've um concluded, you know, everything we're all set to do for tomorrow, to ensure that we bring a full coverage of everything that's going to be happening. There's going
Awesome.
to be the court process, giving what came from the Supreme Court. And there's also going to be session as well tomorrow, because the majority
Mhm.
black is saying that they're going to have that session. And regardless of the rate from the Supreme Court, it doesn't give that branch of government any right to interfere in the working of another branch of government. So we're going to be bringing a 360 coverage from all of the happenings tomorrow. So far, it's been a quiet day today, except that there was a kind of protest at the SKD, where some of those beach and waterway workers have been raising concerns about salaries. But again, there's also something happening with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Dr. Richardson.
Mhm.
There was the National Traditional Council of Liberia, which
Mhm.
was headed by Chief Zanzan Kawor.
Mhm.
And immediately, when there was a transition, the act creating there was some amendment made to the act creating that entity. That was even before this administration, under the previous administration,
Mhm.
and that called for a transition from the National Traditional Council of Liberia to the Council of Chiefs and Elders. And so, um, under this administration now, it took effect. The process started under the previous administration. It was even expected to have taken effect back then, and we saw that it actually took effect under this administration sometime this year. But what happened is that the folks from that end, from the National Traditional Council, are equally raising concerns about their salaries, their benefits. They said they've not been paid. They've not been paid for over 5 6 months. That's according
Wow.
to them, about 6 months. They've gone to the Ministry of Finance, but they are getting that the money has been paid, but they've not received their actual salaries. So today they
Money.
uh,
So what happened to the
say
people
that.
money? I said, so what happened to the people money?
So that's the big question now. So um there was a renovation that should have gone on at the office on the Camp Johnson Road today. But
Mhm.
information we gather is that that renovation work on the office was being halted, and it was being resisted heavily by the employees there, on grounds that if they can't get a pay, then there's no reason why there should be renovation. So they are still taking this up with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The last time I interacted with them was on the grounds of the legislature, when they had gone there um, to get the attention of the vice president and also the pro temp on the issue. They were being uh, ensure that the issue will be addressed. But yes, so today there was some engagement with respect to that, and then the whole NEC workers thing is still ongoing. They're protesting for, you know, wages as well. Yeah, so this is where we are, Dr. Richardson.
It's so sad, and it bothers me to hear you report that in the year 2024, and God help us to reach to 2025, people are still complaining about not getting their salary, and it's like it's unheard of. And then on top of that, what I gather you said that they paid their salary, but they can't find their salary. Is that, am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, that's according to the guys from the National Traditional Council. Um, they said they've checked up with the Ministry of Finance, because
Uh-huh.
initially when there was this delay, they thought it was from the Ministry of Finance, but according to
Mm-hmm.
them, the ministry, as per their inquiry,
Mm-hmm.
have already given everything that belongs to that particular segment of the employees there. Yeah.
Something even sound right, but they're right. Why should we be, working on a new building when the people who's supposed to do the work within the building, it's not about the building, it's about the product, it's the outcome of the building, and the people who actually produce the
Mhm.
outcomes are the people who work in the building. So if the people in the building are happy, they're getting paid. They am going to go make farm building for what? So the
Yeah.
argument is reasonable. The argument is very reasonable. So I don't know. We're too far gone, man, for people to still be talking about salary issue. So, but
The
how?
country will get better.
Huh?
The country will get better.
Yeah, yeah. That why the guy who passed away, the journalist, he always say Liberia will get better, right?
Yeah.
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 We want to welcome all of you for joining us today. I'm sure Nelson already did that. He did a wonderful job in doing so, as he usually does. But just welcome you in Radio Land, welcome you in Facebook Land. Just it's always a pleasure having you guys participate in the conversation. I'm going to try to start from the beginning because you're always accusing us that we're going to start from the middle and we don't call your name and you can come and be waiting for us. So Yakin Zulo Barkley from Upper Darby PA is here. Yakin, hello, how you doing? Sam Zor is also watching. Freeman says hello. I hope everyone is doing well. Tom G. Siawe is doing well. He's watching from 12 Houses, Painesville, Morovia. S. Gontawan Yan is also watching from India. Um, Lydia Kennedy says hi, Spoon family. Lydia is also watching. Musability, my own brother. If it's you, he's watching. Thank you for your quick work. Thank you. If it's you. Now, Newell C. Elliott, how you doing? Stanton, how are you? You want help with the names here? Okay, Patterson Tamba is also here. He's from Swakoko, Bon County. Kamara Amadou is here from Cape Mount. My Cape Mount people, yeah, hello. How you doing? Samuel Yakubo is also here from Phoenix, Arizona. Samuel, thank you for joining us. Tommy Johnson is watching. Joseph Tapayon is watching. Sharon Reese is here watching. Adolfo Elliott is watching. Evelyn Davis. Adama Kalafe is watching. Jeremiah Stevens is watching. So uh, Evelyn Davis is also watching. Um, Wakil Chill. Simeon Alexander is watching from Constantine. We got people all over the world can be watching this. The Beauty of a Spoon. Uh, Betty Collar is watching from Texas. Clarence Benson, he was just watching. I think Clarence said the cat stole the people money from somewhere. That's why that's why they didn't get paid. I don't know where he got it with the idea from, but he said the cat stole the people money. Um,
Excuse me, Dr. Richardson. Can you send me the link or can you put it in the chat room because it's saying it's not working? Can you send me the link, Nelsie?
Nelson, that necessarily because I know how to send it. I'm on my tablet.
Yeah, I'm resending the link now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Coco Zokuya is also watching. Harry Do Tapia is watching. Prince Family is watching. Bar Alice watching. Ayuba Sheriff watching. Eloshas Watua watching. Clarence Benson, I called your name before. You're watching. Prince K. Peter Demir is watching. Sensi Kamara. Kalu Lake is also watching. Stanley is watching. Kamara, Abraham Kamara is watching from Banga. Darlington Freeman is watching from Unity Community Hotel Africa. Jerry Taylor, George McKay, Emmanuel Tokyo. I think I said I wrote Toki. How do you say that, Nina? Emmanuel, anyway, you're from Pittsburgh. Thank you for watching. You see, they'll see how you pronounce that word, that name.
I'm not saying the Emmanuel person. Oh,
Otokeo.
oh I think that Tokyo.
That's what I
Emmanuel.
was thinking, but we had to put in spell Tokyo in Japan that's different for the other person Tokyo. So that's what got me.
The librarian Tokyo.
Yeah, that bird Tokyo. Yes. Tom Will says hello. Well, you just interrupt me whenever you want to interrupt.
Now we got time. Go ahead, enjoy yourself.
Oh, okay. Deborah Kanga is watching. Fayuma Sheriff watching. Philip Bala. Someone, Dr. Richardson, me, I am using my full money to buy a 70-inch TV for my bedroom. Okay, don't go be using your full money. Don't celebrate Thanksgiving eating. Okay, for the yarn is watching. He said hello to Dr. Richardson and Nelson and had a pleasant good evening to the hospital people of Grand Cape County. Of course, my name is Fode Mohammed Kakoy, political yarn, watching from Research Center in Claratown at the Movement for Intellectual Exchange. I hope you're talking about the legislature and how you can make our country better at the intellectual exchange. That'd be great. Some of our big sister Freeman is here as well. Okay, I think we're done. I think we said hello to everybody. Just want to welcome all of you. If you're in Radio Land, Facebook Land, TV Land, wherever you are, thank you for joining Spoon. We appreciate you being here today. We look forward to having a spirited and interactive conversation. We look forward to you participating. You say your own however way you want to say it. Some of them pay attention to however you want to say it, but yeah. Go ahead, Stanton.
That's why you ran. You got to come back, Nelson. Again, I want to say thanks to all of you that joining us. Dr. Richardson, as always, it's good to see you. Please share our program. Invite somebody. A lot of stuff, a lot of breaking news. Again, we're here again, a brand new week. The week started yesterday when we had one-on-one with the CEO. Today, it's a brand new week for the new folks coming on to share their thoughts and give their opinions. It is only in this great nation that we can speak and tell you as it is. Above all else, let's just put country first. Wherever we come together, you say your own, I say my own, like bro, we get better. So I want to say thank you for joining us. Where Dr. Richardson left us, I want to say hi to Josh Clark. I want to say Bongali Kremat, it's good to see you. Edmund Sherman, as always. Mickey Va, the fourth, it's good to see you. Ruben Soko, our Hajin man, Temel Smith, Yon Toze. I think this Yon Toze related to Mark Toze. Louis Brown. Which one the Louis Brown is this? Already we don't know. I want to say Issa Sharif, Christopher Sonny Wule, Siata Colin, Samuel Goga Hollywood. I mean, you playing with the LDC or the LDC playing with you? Which one?
Oh, we're good. We're good.
But you went back and you came back again. I noted Aaron Godfather Fale. I want to say hi to Sekou Kamara, Mark Jennings' son, Florida Mo Adaman. Adaman, it's good to see you, Adaman. Sam Renee, Cyril Lomet, Victor Blair, Charles Delan, Mamo Lion, Joseph Akli, Vanin, it's always good to see you, Mohammed Soiree, Bobby Kotek, Mohammed Fode Kromai. I cannot take call right now, just text me, whoever called me, please. Kumba Jesinon Gate. Jesinon Gate, call me. It's very important that you call me Kumba Jesinon Gate. Text me because I'm on the show now. Text me, all right? To my brother Dempster, Negama Dempster, our sympathy to you. You lost your mother and the entire family. We want to say our sympathy and we wish the family well. Makelia Gomander, it's always good to see you. Sil Dagon, Solomon Swaz Sisi, Benjamin Gay, Patient Nyakon, A. Lincoln Fine, Samson Gawawi. Listen, we got a lot coming your way today. A lot of good things coming your way today. Trust me. I really want to say you have to stay put. We'll update you on the Francis Yemani clip and everything, the allegation about rape and sexual violence on Francis Yemani, the internal affairs minister. We're going to talk about the national insurance, some kind of entity in Liberia for the government that deals with insurance. I tell you, massive corruption is taking place at that place. The allegation that the director or commissioner, whoever he is, just stealing the people money. Let's talk about this big one, the free zone of Liberia. They were given almost $800,000. They say misappropriation is taking place at that free zone. Okay, let's talk about again the allegation that Matthew put out. Matthew, the guy that was dismissed, on Jeremy Pierre. Whoo, what's going on in this government? And I just want you to tell me one of the good things that happened in this government that we can also include some of the good things the government is doing. But right now, the budget, Uncle Sam is traveling. He called me and said, Stanton, I beg you. I want to be part of the budget discussion. I would be able to come on Thursday because I'm traveling to Liberia. Right now, he's about to board his flight to Liberia. Paul Kennedy is in Liberia. Asif Atuba in Liberia. Again, all the guys that want to come on the show to talk about this budget. But that's it. That's what you're saying. The budget cannot be moved because of the fighting in the House of Representatives. Speaker 1 and Speaker 2. What's happening? We just need to know. We'll sit back and enjoy the show tomorrow. They will be going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, we heard that they have rescheduled a case on the argument for Wednesday. So everything seems to be so interesting. And if it is true, maybe this whole thing will be over. Jeremiah, how you call his name? Richard Kuhn, Speaker number 2, or Fonatiko for Speaker number 1. But my fellow Liberians, let's say this. The majority of Black owner Fonatiko for said they will send a letter to the U.S. Embassy and the European Union. These people, who would they listen to? Who would they listen to? I mean, listen, a lot of stuff is happening. A lot of stuff is happening. Wake up every morning and you say, what's happening to our country? So it's good to have you. We're going to say our own, you say your own, but let's try to make Liberia better. Where is Edwin Melvin Snow? Where is Musa Bedete? I call them both names for a reason, Edwin Melvin Snow and Musa Bedete. I'm going to ask again, where is Jeremiah Kuhn in this whole fight? Emmanuel Nukwe, Aboche. I mean, where are those guys? Prince Moyi, Alex Tyler. Something is happening. And I'm going to let you know today. Beatrice Tipla Pupu. It's good to see you, my Beatrice. So that the riches, here we are. Another beautiful day. 9:15 Liberia, 4:15 Eastern Time, USA. Church Ball Hassan Bedete is joining us. Duarte is joining us. We'll see you, Dr. Richardson. The conversation will be interesting today.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Today was rather warm for November. And I was telling Nelson on this end is our eating season starting. In a couple of days, it will be Thanksgiving and we're going to be cooking and eating. But, I'm concerned. I don't take it lightly that our country is in a position where we can't gene or haul, as the people in where my mother came from used to say, we can't move forward. And I heard you say that the majority bloc are writing the international community. Did I hear correctly, Stanton? That the international community to intervene. I mean, I just
to recognize them. To recognize them.
Okay, the international community recognize them. I mean, actually, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, they have to have the audacity to even write the international community to recognize you when you have not followed the rule of law. Okay, I will continue to preach that because I know that is something that we don't do well in our country. We don't follow the rule of law. A typical example would be the way how our traffic flows in Liberia. We definitely got people driving all over the place. Look at our noise audience, No Star Money, Orange Data, New Star Money, all of that noise, everything. We don't follow the rule of law. So this is a trickle-down effect of all of these things. The fact that Tyler resigned, Snow resigned, so everybody expect that. That is what they know, what they saw When you hear people argue, oh, Snow resign, so Funati Kufa should just resign. He doesn't have the number. That doesn't matter to me. Okay, what matters is the rule of law. They need to follow it. Okay, perhaps maybe if Snow and Tyler would have stood their ground and not resign, then maybe it wouldn't have this kind of practice where people just feel like, oh, if I don't want to work with this speaker, even though I have a rule to remove this speaker, then I will go ahead and do that. That's not appropriate to do. You took an oath to protect the Constitution and to fight for the Liberian people. And look what's happening now. And then somebody will be so mad. I don't know where the Supreme Court will fall. I don't know. I hope that if the Supreme Court follows the rule of law, they will definitely let's see. If the Supreme Court follows the rule of law, they will definitely, hopefully ask for them to practice due process. But just in case that they don't follow that, and they ask them to go back to work under the gavel of somebody will be salty. You will not want to work. But you know what? If you don't work, the Liberian will see you who's not working. Will definitely be able to make sure that your constitution know that you're not working. Because somebody will say, "Oh, we're just gonna sit there. The man got power over us and stuff like that."
Yeah,
But
yeah,
if you don't,
you're right. But I think that Richardson, just to add to what you're saying, as Supreme Court go through their own history, right? When they
yeah,
ruled in the Edward Snow case and Alex Starter case, it was even Asa Yeblo when he was a pro tem,
yeah,
those people won. So let's see. To me, there will be nothing new. I believe they will rule in favor of Funati Kofa. That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about, as we welcome Paul Kennedy on the show from Liberia. This is my concern, Dr. Richardson, that this thing going to have a rollover 6 to a year from now. That if this majority black, if they do not do it the right way, right, another 25 to 29 lawmakers sitting somewhere, they will get 37 votes to remove whoever the speaker going to be.
yeah.
Because if I am not satisfied, I'm going to remove the next speaker. So that's my fear. And even so, the 29 or 25, whatever the number may be. Now I'm hearing that number, that gain of 29 or 25, the leader is Musa Hassan Benete. That's what I'm hearing.
Mhm.
The leader is no more Funati Kofa. Because it is true that Funati will resign at some point, or they will remove him by 49 votes, either or. But you know how aggressive Musa Benete is. Musa Benete don't want your 40,000. Musa Benete right now, he doesn't need your 60,000. Musa Benete have everything to prove, and he will fight. So with 29 people on his back, bringing them to 26, or even he get 27, whoever the speaker is, that's a problem. They will strangulate this government. And we are going into that. You know what? I know we ain't started the show yet, but I got a lot to say because I got a lot of juice. And then we go talk about corruption, Jeremy Pierre, the mismanagement of funds at the information ministry.
I heard that just briefly.
I mean, how scary it is today that we can talk about Jeremy Pierre getting involved with corruption. So who is standing with Joseph Baka in this now? I mean, who is Paul Kennedy? I mean, Jeremy is our friend, but I mean, with the assistant minister Matthew coming and saying, listen, this is just part one, like Mama would say, season one. Or episode one, because we're staying in the first season. So this will be episode
channel.
1.
Y'all watching Netflix. I watch it
Yeah.
MSNBC.
No, but because what happened here is totally concerning. Who knows that Jeremy Pierre will play around money and enslave folks? But what's this thing about folks in this government think they are all that? These are allegations on Jeremy Pierre. But man, Jeremy Pierre talk about $100,000, $70,000. People must flush his toilet.
What?
People must open the door for him.
What?
People must clean the chair before he sit on. I mean, it's troubling. I mean, I can't believe that's not my Jeremy Pierre that I know. I mean, thinking on it alone is like, come on, where have we gone wrong? But these are allegations. These are allegations. I have the clip, the lady in the video that she accused, the allegation of oppressing humanity. The lady in the room crying. That's one of the most powerful. And again, I have, amen. What is happening to this government? I think before December 31st, 2024, President Barger have to address the nation and take some drastic action. Not anybody else but the president. I think that's where we're going. So, but Kennedy, we even started to show you. We get 7 more minutes. Let's hear you. How's Liberia? We saw your video. I'm trying to put a video up when you were right to Marshall Junction. You say, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Then I begin to think, what your brother and your friend said. Okay, let me put it up because we had a full discussion on this yesterday. I begin to think when you were shaking your head and say, "Oh my God." Then I think about our dear friend and brother Amara Conan, tic-tac-toe, and la Supreme Court decision. And he said, meanwhile, government of Liberia is stuck. This is a sitting senator from Bapadu. He said the government of Liberia is stuck, just right there. Hospitals, clinics, schools, businesses, and families continue to struggle. Then he said, a year ago, this was part of the meaning of the phrase, manage your expectation. A lost year, sad. Today, the 25th of November, Thanksgiving, but in 3 days. Today, I remember last year today, jubilation was still moving. People were still happy. 1 year back, poor Kennedy. People were sending the text messages, the phone call, congratulations, congratulations. Yes, we did it. Yes, we did it. Or new Liberia, or new, da. Then we obtained this video, 7-second video. One of the most powerful video. I thank God I'm not on video crying, but we obtained the video. Nelson, play the video for us, please. We obtained the video of Amara Conan. Then we obtained the video. Play it one time, Nelson.
You got Paul crying too?
Nelson, do me a favor. For the entire video, Nelson. For the entire video, we want to play the start to end. It's not only 7 seconds. But Paul, the reason why I'm going to play Amara video today, and I'm going to connect it to Matthew interview with Junior J. And I want us to understand and remind Liberia whether it was a lost year. But where we are today, when they can point finger at Jeremy Pierre and say, Jeremy Pierre, I mean, you gotta make some adjustment. Yeah, adjust your camera, great. And say Jeremy Pierre is right there talking about funds mismanagement, or you can call it investment or stealing. I know we'll get on the show. So tell your Tabata, we get 4 more minutes. Everybody got 30 seconds to talk anything right now before we get into our main program. Ladies and gentlemen, you must share the show. It's going to be so interesting today because it looked like President Barger is going to bed tonight with nobody in the government can be trusted. Everybody, the allegation that they are stealing. Certainly, it looked that way. That it is knocking on the door of Jeremy Pierre and Daniel Sano of the Information Ministry. Paul Kennedy, your 30 seconds of Tabata.
Well, that poor girl was crying. I mean, I was crying in a different state. I was really crying, but I was in Bapolu, retrospecting on my defeat. I don't know where that defeat came from, but it swept me off my feet because I was really, 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 optimistic that I had won the election. But then from nowhere, I lost. But sometimes it's good to cry, and you're a psychologist, you should know that crying is a part of the healing process. But let me say good evening to the colleagues, all the panelists, the Liberian people. It's feel really good to be back home. But of course, I had not gone for long. I went for how many? For 5-6 months. I just been away for 5 months. So nothing much I did expect will have changed in 5 months of me being away. Liberia moves on a very slow pace. So I'm quite familiar with most of what I'm seeing here. LEC coming on, going off is something I left. And when, market people standing on the road, creating traffic congestion, or because people are selling rent on the street, that is nothing strange. So, Stanton, nothing new. I came back into what I left Liberia.
Thank
I'm not
you.
missing anything.
Thank you.
Everything the same.
Thank you, Paul. Let's get to Mr. Regroup. Patrick, your Tabata 30 seconds.
Well, I think on Sunday, it was a very good experience for me with the marathon. I saw Liberians from all walks of life converge at JFK to the SKD Sports Complex. And interestingly, I won a medal. I ran for 1 hour 15 minutes from JFK to the SKD. And I think if the Ministry of Youth and Sports or the government of Liberia can invest more in such a thing, we'll have it twice a year. I think that would be a very good thing. I saw prominent Liberians. I mean, it was just good. It makes anyone to feel that, yes, Liberia is transitioning gradually. In the midst of all the politics, the disagreements we have with people, I still believe that there are some people in government who are very professional. We meet at places, we discuss as if we don't criticize their government. And sometimes we offer pieces of advice that we can't say in public. So I think the tendency of not being too political. Anywhere you see your friend, you try to bring politics. I think I'm gradually beginning to see that, and it depends how we conduct ourselves. I think professionalism should never leave us, no matter where you find yourself. We can disagree, but when we meet somewhere, let's try to be like, we are Liberian. And so it was good thing, CEO. I would like to present the medal to you because I represented the sponsor regroup. I think I was the only person that participated.
All right, so thank you very much. There you go. That's Michael Bobby Boo saying you want a medal of participation. So I think he's right. It's not because you won the race, but you just the game.
Why you want? I say I won a medal. I didn't tell you anything. Why you don't let me?
But listen now, listen. My grandson.
Whether the participation, whether in a participation, I brought a medal. I say I will give it to you. Why else again got to do whether I participate?
But wait now, wait.
Everybody who ran got a medal. So why are you trying to show off one medal that everybody got?
Thank you. My grandson, you'll be 2-year-old December 18th. The biggest sign to Richard. He sang one of the ABC songs. They gain something, they hang it out and say, take it home to your grandpa. Everybody clapping for him. You went to the people play, you ate the food, you drank the liquor, you enjoy yourself. They gave you, then you can't say that. Oh, for them, man. We want it. We don't want it. Don't even bring it here. We refuse it in Jesus' name. Colonel Green. Go ahead.
Can't you loud enough?
Yeah, you good, Colonel Green. Talk to us,
All right.
man.
All right, my brother. I'm going to take a bite at the House of Representatives. This is a group of individuals, the majority so-called majority black, so to speak. Um, these are individuals when ECOWAS was there a few days ago. I don't think they put up that attitude of compliance with them, and the poll left. Now they're chasing on the wins for recognition. I think they're also setting the basis that whatever comes from the Supreme Court, they're going to ignore it. It's a perpetuation of the lawlessness. They're set to doing that. You understand? Oh, the international community is important now, but when they came to settle the matter, you didn't cooperate. Now you want their assistance. That also tells you that they're becoming handicapped because recognition for state authority is not something you're going to ask people to do. If you have the authority, they will just recognize you, which means they're in limbo. So it's somehow disgraceful, like they're begging the issue. You cannot beg the issue if you follow the legitimate step to electing a leader, especially a speaker. You wouldn't be asking for the international community's recognition. I mean, it's fluffy when people do that. Uh, to say the least, these people continue to ridicule our country. I thought we'd stop begging the national community to recognize one authority over another. I thought that was pre in 2003 or after post 2003 after Taylor left. Before then, everybody used to say, I
I
mean,
mean, that's
Bama.
not Tabata. That conversation getting say to your own Tabata that you want to
But
talk.
at the
You
Tabata
get
talking, at the
okay.
Tabata they're
So,
talking. You know what I mean?
so
Now the Tabata
all the time you join ANC and CPP, they be you're looking from 7 to 1%. They're not Tabata. Tell you about that one.
no, that one ain't important to me. Trust me, that one ain't important to me.
What's
What's important to me
wrong?
is this guy that there's people that want to derail our loving peace that we've been enjoying since Charles Taylor left the scene. These
So we
people
got to
want
it.
to throw us back.
That's one of our topic for tonight. We're gonna get to it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're sharing the show, please do. If not, please do. We're just asking you go on Facebook, go on YouTube. Again, everyone coming on the show tonight because our Uncle Sam is traveling. We pray for traveling mercy upon him. Again, as a by someone in Liberia, there you have Paul Kennedy, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you that were praying, Paul Kennedy promised you he will be in Liberia. He's in Liberia. Those are Paul Kennedy nieces and he in Liberia. Everybody that call Paul Kennedy Uncle Paul, Uncle and Uncle, he in Liberia. Please don't forget. All right, Paul Kennedy in Liberia. Let me make the announcement and be very clear. Paul Kennedy will be meeting Vandella Patrick, and a day from now, they will be comparing notes. Again, want to say
And
all of you,
regrouping. We
y'all be
regrouping.
regrouping. All right, you're gonna regroup and just understand that a lot of media attention will be on you once you hang up with Vendetta Patrick. It's something about Vendetta Patrick that people are concerned about. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's talk Liberia. Let's discuss the issue. A lot of stuff happening today. We are uploading the clips of the interview that were done from Matthew. We appear on Judah Jazz show, and congrats to Judah Jazz. Uh, and man, he said some stuff concerning Jeremy Pierre. I want us to discuss that, and I want us to discuss other issue. Your thought, Dr. Rich is saying, even before we start playing those clips, allegation against Jeremy Pierre, allegation against the Ministry of Information. Where in Liberia is safe, can you exempt from this troubling, massive corruption allegation that you're saying? Let's discuss that. That'd be first on the agenda today.
So, I really would want to see the video first. I did see the post and read the letter that Matthew put forth, but I want to see the video first of him talking about his experience at, MICAT. Um, I think maybe we can play that first if you want to, but it's always, I'm surprised but not surprised, but I want to see
Did
the
you
video.
did you listen to his interview?
No, I didn't listen to its entirety. I read what Matthew wrote, but I didn't listen to his interview. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I want Liberian people to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, we
Even though,
uploaded them. But
yes, okay,
so I'm because we're gonna play it, okay?
okay,
And we can announce because I spoke to Matthew, he's here in the state. He's not in
awesome.
Liberia, all right?
Oh wow.
But we can say this, Dr. Richardson, just what you heard
Mm-hmm.
should be concerning now even more detrimental to the forward march of this government.
Yes, it should be concerning because he mentioned corruption, um, and he mentioned this kind of authority figure, that is heading the Ministry of Information. And those two things are issues that we are constantly talking about. And so when this government came to rescue, someone like a minister would have been someone that I would have expected to be putting in measures and behave differently. You know, this like it's funny because it's just funny. I can't believe like the ministers are acting like they're some kind of supreme being that people have to open doors. That's what I briefly heard, open door for them. Why order to be? I don't know. Play the video and then we'll see. But in today's world, you have to be able to serve as an example. Okay, you can't be expecting your subordinates to, they're human beings, to be cleaning your seat and or opening doors for you. You gotta serve as you the leader. They're human beings. They're not your property. So I don't know how all of that came boiled down to, but it's kind of disturbing to me. That's what I'll just tell you, Stanton.
Thank you. Again, we'll play all this video. There's a lot of different clips we have cut. And again, we want to say this is the interview on OKFM through Julia Jet. We have to acknowledge that Matthew, the former assistant minister, speaking, and we understand that he's going to be doing episode 2 or season 2 or part 2, where he's going to talk with about the Nicotech. But this interview today, he said nothing about Nicotech, but it was all about the ministry, the functioning, what is happening at the ministry, and what has happened over the 9 to 10 months. And he said in some of the clip he have complained to party leaders, about how Jeremy Pierre is abusing power. And if these allegations are true, I will be reaching out to Jeremy Pierre. I believe that they will have to speak to these things. These allegations is troubling. Talking about 100,000, 70,000, Paul Kennedy. Before we even play this, how troubling this is, even hearing it. These are allegations now. But before we even play Paul Kennedy, what say you?
So, Stanton, thank you. And again, good evening to our watching audience that have always made us to be here to dialogue and have the discussion of the forward march of our country. Um, let me just show some few things. I still, coming back home yesterday, rekindled my hope for the opportunities and progress of Liberia. As we descended 10,000 feet, 3,000, 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet, we saw nothing but greener pasture. I mean, there's a whole lot of empty land that Liberia can be rebuilt, especially Monrovia environs. That is a good prospect. And then, of course, the Field Highway is almost partially finished. I left it, half broken pieces when I went, but yesterday I cruised on it and came home. And then I had the pleasure of going the roundabout at EWA Junction. It's not a big thing, but at least it's a progress towards goodness. So let's commend the government for that. But the allegation of corruption and all the sentiments of corruptions that comes with how people lives have been impacted over the few 9 months, Stanton, is troubling. And why it is allegations, and of course what Spoon does best is to wait until the evidence prevail themselves before we do our critical analysis of the issues. I think that my concern is, why is Matthew speaking now? Why is he coming now to the public after almost 10 months of enduring these difficult, mismanaged issues at the Ministry of Information? Did he have to wait to be suspended before coming, to let the Liberian people know what was coming on? Is he the best whistleblower? Whistleblowers don't wait until they get kicked out. So there's a whole lot of skepticism I have to use what he's telling us to just jump onto this allegation. Why I commend his efforts of really trying to push some red lines to where the Minister of Information crossed. I also will want to give the minister a due process to get a full more detail of what went on, to bring some credibility to the claims that have been made by Minister Matthews. But overall, just in a nutshell,
Thank you, Paul Kennedy. For
here
it's in
all
Liberia, these things will happen.
rumors of
They,
corruption
they,
allegation.
all right, so Paul, we'll bring you back once you are connected. Thank you very much. The internet is tripping. Let me bring in Fendetta Patrick. Fendetta, we're uploading the video, but everything you have heard surrounding Matthew going to OK FM, speaking and talking about Jeremy Pierre in any way, shape, or form, what say you?
So I've now had a time to listen to the interview, and it is imperative to state clearly that once the recording is played, I will be able to analyze and make an independent and informed position. However, I think the circumstances that led to his suspension is unfortunate. He should not have been suspended in the first place. He needed to be protected under the Whistleblower Act. If the law was not intended to be made and utilized to protect everyone, including public officials, there was no need for that Whistleblower Act to have been passed into law. That's the first thing. Unfortunately, we are not utilizing that law. And people still believe that as long as you are a public official, you should not speak. The intentionality of that law, it was meant that even public officials can be heard. And when they speak, they should be protected. If it was an ordinary person at the Ministry of Information that revealed such an information, they would not have been suspended. And under our laws, you can't punish someone because the person holds certain big position. They're not supposed to talk. When this law was made, it was intended to protect everybody, including public officials, appointed and non-appointed officials. So again, what I can say is Matthew spoke strongly. I think there is a leadership crisis. Like I said, from the inception in our last presentation, leadership needed to be exercised so that this young man, this assistant minister, could be contained and be allowed to speak out his mind from within. It's almost like parents. If you are very tight on your child without giving them the opportunity to articulate, to express what is making them to take on certain action, obviously you will tend to lose them because they will not trust you anymore. You'll see them in the home like kids, but when they get out over there, they are complete different groups of people. What I can say is that I think he should not have left in the first place, and this is going to hurt the government. Trust me. Matthew is armed intellectually. He was an insider. Whether he says the truth, he says a lie, it is going to hurt this government. And that's why from the beginning I said, let's give this man an opportunity under the Whistleblower Act to be protected so that we can launch a full-scale investigation into this Nicotech. But nobody listened. Now he has left, and he's speaking out. And this is just the beginning. And it's going to hurt this government. I want to stop here.
What's that? Somebody playing something else. Let me bring in Colonel Elmer Gray. Colonel Gray, please.
Stanton, I know a lot of folks going to say, why now? But there will always be a 1%ers that will believe somehow. So maybe 99% will say, why now? It's not relevant. But we all don't know the gravity of this when this man starts speaking. In fact, that's the blessing and and seeing of somebody leaving a system as disgruntled. They're gonna come out. That's why influences they act for whistleblowing. So whether you believe it or not, there will be things that will be thrown out there. But as far as we know only one man so far has resigned from this administration. But all the rest, some people they will dismiss it because it means nothing. If we were in a culture where these kinds of allegation will elevate to the level of public consciousness, then people will be afraid when these kind of things come out. But definitely, you're going to have the naysayers that will say, why not? And those are pro-regimers. They will always speak on behalf of the regime, whether or not it's clear, kolo, as we say in Liberia, they will still speak against the other guy because an enemy now of them. This is the kind of republic we live in. When you speak on behalf, you are Jesus. When you speak on the other side, you are Judas. So definitely Matthew will have a lot to say, but whether it's going to have gravity is the question. But it's good to hear those things. Let us know exactly who our bad actors are, especially people who have taken public funds to be theirs, and definitely I abhor Matthew to come out more. We wouldn't. We cheer him because we want to hear more. This is exactly what the rescue mission was.
And we want to say it's very important for us to just think on this thing because nobody's above the law. All right. Everybody know Jeremy Pierre. And I know him. To me, he's a decent guy. And but this thing got to be discussed. And Jeremy Pierre got to speak up to this thing, right, Paul Kennedy? I mean, he got to come and address it because these are major allegations. And Matthew, again, let me say this: he waiting to go further. He's still talking. He said, "I'm not done yet." All right. So if you have someone like Matthew who served as assistant minister, coming from that ministry, and saying there's more to this story, let's listen to what he told Judah Jab. Let's listen.
Covering your tracks. For example, I'll just point out real quickly. Sharing money to ministers in the early days. Sharing cash to ministers in the early days.
What does that mean when you say sharing cash? What does that mean?
I'll tell you. I wrote down 5 occasions where finance came to my office with money in envelope and telling me, say, minister, say you want everybody to get something. I would say the 1 occasion that we received money that was not our salary was the surfing competition situation. There was $100,000 instruction came from the executive mansion that should be given to the people who were conducting the surfing competition came down from make our budget. How they got the place happening in Cape Town. Okay. I don't know whether the money that we received, whether we were saving and sharing, that money came from the surfing competition, but my suspicion is that would be clear where it came from. So it was around the time that we were having the first cabinet retreat. So I'll just give you a vivid description of what happened. On the first day of the cabinet retreat, it was the day that the surfing competition was being launched. So Minister Pierre was not there at the launch. The second day, he came the second day, but at the end of the second day, there was something like, $5,000. Yeah, I remember that. It was Daniel Sano who basically had that money. I think so. They gave 100,000 to 100,000 was given to what they call it for the same surfing competition. I think we managed
100,000 US dollars.
Yes, 100,000 US dollars was given from the government to war surfing competition. And Mika managed to get 5,000 out of that money that's supposed to be for media coverage of that. Yeah. So we are sitting there after the second day of the cabinet retreat, and then we are full in that darkness, and we are sharing that money, and we are making budget as to who gets what. We are.
So I think let's discuss this. It was true, right, that the government allocated 100,000 for the program. Jerry Pierre came on the show. He said it in Kempman, the shuffling program. It was true. But Mika took 5,000 US of that money. And this is where Jerry need, and Daniel Sanders' name is mentioned. And they distributed the 5,000 amongst themselves. And the assistant minister said, well, they came to my office and they gave my share. What is this? I mean, what is this? Is this a common practice? Is this something that, is this illegal? Out of the 100,000, they pull back 5,000 and say they want our own chopping. So that Richardson, that's the first clip. Talk to me. Let's speak on these things.
Yeah. I heard him say that on 5 occasions, money were given in envelopes to different ministers. You know, it is so disheartening, so sad to hear that money that could have been used for the development of our country, money that could have prevented at least, a couple of persons at JFK hospital from, getting severely ill or even dying. There it is. They are spending the money. They are sharing it among themselves. Money for media coverage. At least they could have bought, something to inform the Liberian people, more transmitters or something to inform the Liberian people as to what is going on in the government. But, to hear this man tell me that they were sharing money, but I think it was Paul who raised a good question. Why is he talking now? Why is he talking now? Especially now that I hear that he was also, if he accepted the money, let
me interrupt you, Dr. Richie. Is there any special time to talk? Let's talk about this, then we'll get to the why, though. Because if we do this, then we'll be shutting down Whistleblower as to don't talk now because you were there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to interrupt you and say, no, don't talk. But I want us to have conversation, right? Somebody came out the other day, they spoke, people said, but why are you talking now? You were there, don't talk. So now Matthew is coming up and saying this thing, that it means that we are weakening, that's my point. I don't know.
I mean, I like the fact that he's talking, but I'm sure he has a reason for talking now. He did say he spoke before. I think in the beginning of the show, and I read him say that somewhere that he did tell the president and other people in the ministry what was happening. So this is not his first time talking, But
let me ask you my next question. Let me ask you, Dr. Richardson, the next question. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the issue. Independent media network, right? And people that are paying their taxes as a media institution pay for their services to government. And we're talking about almost $7,000. Spoon Network paying almost $21,000 through, if you put the LTA and Mika together, almost $25-something thousand every year. But here's the problem. If it is true, on the $100,000, Jerry Pierre took some money out of it. We raised money for that program. If they took some money out of it, now they're creating problem for this little media institution that trying to hustle. Are you getting what I'm saying, Dr. Richardson?
I am definitely.
And they took the money and they didn't give it to the media institution, But they share the money. Daniel Sano own, Matthew Napla own, Jerry Limapia own, and hey man, but talk to me on that.
I feel victimized, honestly, because I was so worried about that surfing event in Cape Mount. I wanted it to be the best. I probably remember me pleading with you to please allow that group to come on Spoon Network to raise the money. So it got me looking at that group differently. It got me looking at Jeremiah Pierre differently. Like, here it is. A couple of nights I didn't sleep trying to see how can we help. And we were victimized. If this is true, if what Matthew is saying is true, because he's an insider, I'm not saying that he's 100% true. I'm willing to hear more. But what if he's what if what he's saying is true? Then it's sad.
And thank you, Dr. Richardson.
I'm not going to work. I'm not going to work for organizations. It's kind of messes with my trust for these organizations.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I'm going to bring in from Dr. Patrick. We'll move in this order. VP, something is happening. There was a meeting head when the government just came to power, right? Philip Bryan and the rest of them went there. Newspaper, print media, social media, online, they all went there, right? And here's the issue. They have problem with the same thing. You guys are doing the work that we should be doing because you don't want to pay us. The makeup coverage, ministry are paying to go do the presentation. But Jerry Pierre, Mika, not paying information, no. Follow into the interview, they say they want to open their own media network. That's okay. But to take the money and say it would be for media coverage and distribute the money amongst themselves. If these allegations are true, then it's troubling. For Dr. Patrick, where are we?
We're on the side of God. So, but this is what I have to say, CEO. Personally, I think the ministry needs rebranding. It has to work more. As a public sector administrator, if I was the president currently listening, tonight I will commission an immediate audit on that entire spending that took place in Grand Cape Mount. That is the only way we'll be able to establish as to whether what has been said is true. We should go beyond, even in the Whistleblower Act. When somebody raises an issue of corruption, it claims the attention of the government to go beyond, to establish, to validate as to whether what has been said is actually the truth. I think Mr. Nyampu has given us a picture, a blueprint that this government can go beyond to act, to validate, to see whether his statements are right. But like I said before, allowing Nyampu to go is going to hurt this government. They will regret, and if care is not taken, it's going to dismantle the entire government. There are many Matthew Nyampus in the government. Like somebody was saying, and I may respectfully disagree with Mr. Paul Kennedy. It's not that Matthew did not speak. I hate to hear the question, why now? You could tell that Matthew was with him, he was talking. But the tone of his voice, while he was with him, it is not as it is now. This is why a lot of people don't understand. There are activists in government. They question certain policies. They don't come in the public domain like you and myself. There are certain people we criticize policy advocacy. We meet them one-on-one. We say, "Oh, this is wrong. You are not supposed to do that." I do that many times. If you disagree with me, you want to be arrogant, we come in the public domain, we wash our daily clothes. I think Matthew was fighting from within. I think this issue of nicotine, he was state minister. When he spoke out, apparently he has concluded that at this time, I will no longer have myself as a government official talking from within. I will speak out. But what I can say is this is a very good opportunity for this government to launch a full-scale investigation to audit that 100,000. I gave you an example about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. When issue of corruption came out in her government, even though some of us were very critical of the government at the time, she will proceed to commission immediate audits to establish as to whether what has been said by whistleblowers are true. So I will encourage this president to immediately launch a full-scale investigation, audit this 100,000, so as it can be proven as to whether what Matthew is saying is true.
It's not just only one allegation, Patrick. We're going to go through it. So you want to do, hold on, Patrick, let me just say this. You're going to do a full-scale audit on the program in Cape Mount, that the allegation that they took 5,000 out of that money and distributed it among themselves. Then you go to the next allegation about money again, the 100,000. Then you go to the next allegation again. I mean, your suggestion is unique. But I want us, before we even go down.
CEO,
go ahead.
CEO, are we also suggesting tonight that because the government intervened in the case of LRRC and 3 ministers were dismissed, so any allegation or corruption that comes in other ministries and agencies, the government should not proceed? Hey, you can't say that. The government is here to stay. If people will see every day, the government will conduct audits every day. If people will violate the rights of other people, the government or the police will be arresting people every day. So what we are saying, what action that we're taking? The action that we're taking at LRRC, that is a whistleblower. It didn't how it came about. Somebody blew whistle and the government acted. So are we suggesting because having the Minister of Information, no, the government should not act because all our allegations of corruption will come out? As long as corruption is in government, the government should not rest. That's why we're paying them. We pay them, taxpayers, we give them money. They ride these cars, they eat dog, they eat chicken shawarma every night.
Thank you.
So the government.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll come back on the second round. We get over 9 different clips came from this interview today, and more to come tomorrow or whenever Matthew appear. But let's talk about the allegation. Paul Kennedy, we all struggle for money. We brought in Dr. Kula, we brought in Robina. They were begging for money like crazy. And now the government, last minute, last second, and I think Robina didn't got to speak to, but they held back $5,000, distributed that 5,000 among themselves. And a minister that took some of the money is saying it is true. They came to my office on 5 different occasions. Whenever we go to a big program, they hold some of the money back and they bring the money among us and say, let your own take it and shut up, take it and shut up, take it and shut up. Honor Jeremy PM ministry. Paul Kennedy. Man, what's going on here?
Look, Stanton, you know, when we were growing up, we used to go to Roxy Cinema to watch a movie called Clash of the Titans. In that movie, you will see 2 monstrous, deformed-looking animals fighting. It was not a peaceful sight. Today, we are hearing Clash of the Titans in reality from the Ministry of Information. It's not a pretty sight we are hearing. The minister Nyipan took the first $5,000. He didn't go report anything. He didn't speak out. Under the code of conduct, you cannot receive money. That's corruption. He took it, he ate it. Then they gave him another 100,000. They brought another 100,000 that they divided. I don't know what portion of that they gave him, but according to his own confession, he took that other one. So on 5 different occasions, Stanton, this whistleblower is illegally taking money, accepting money that is not duly his, and he's eating it, but he's not talking. Then he talked about a scholarship program and the government gets vexed and suspend him. Then he start talking now about money he himself have taken and eating. He's not Jesus Christ in the picture. Nobody should make him to look like a Jesus. He's corrupt. he has sinned. He needs to come clean and confess. Because over the past 9 months, they've been taking money. They've been dividing that money among themselves. The minister Matthew has been eating that money that he duly well know as a minister he should not be eating. And then somebody coming here to tell me they Matthew man are Jesus now.
No, but Paul, I think you twisted in this one. Paul Kennedy, Paul, allow me to interrupt you. Allow me to interrupt you, Paul.
Go ahead.
Paul Kennedy, allow me to interrupt you. I don't think anybody putting their hand up and say this guy died for our sin. No.
Okay.
Nobody is saying Matthew is an angel here. But let's go to the bigger problem here. The bigger problem here, we have a minister, Jeremy Pierre, who is a friend to everybody on this show. The allegation that this Jeremy Pierre, information minister, will withdraw money from a program money and distribute that money among themselves, isn't it concerning? You spending all your time on Matthew. We are not saying Matthew is an angel. We are not saying we exempting Matthew. Matthew, they fired him. They suspended him. He resigned. He's here in the United States right now. He said, I will talk what I see. I will talk what I know. I have documents to prove it.
I think he should come back. I think he should do diligence to himself and come back from the United States and come here. Look, the day we had Minister Jeremiah Pierre on the Spoon Talk to tell us that he had personally been taking money from his pocket and renovating the Ministry of Information, I knew he was practicing some form of corruption. Because no minister of government should be taking their own money to renovate government property. It is against the code of conduct. Where are you taking the money from? How can you be painting walls and painting cities? I will go back to the tape. The tape will tell you Jeremiah Pierre sat down on this very show and said the minister was dilapidated. When he got there, he started taking his own money to repair doors, to repair ceilings. Why he getting money from to do this repair? So I knew that Jeremiah hand was in some kind of cookie jar. But Jeremiah is not my problem right now tonight because at the end of the day, Jeremiah. The problem I have with my brother Matthew, and all due respect to him, I know he's a fine man and he's trying to do a good thing. And nothing wrong with repentance because we've all got sin, right? But he suddenly took the first 5,000. He ate it. He knows that as a minister, he should not be taking money without knowing the source of that money. And in the function of government, when you're executing the function, besides your salary, you are not entitled to any other money except it is bonus. He took that money, he ate it. He now asked the minister where it came from. If he even asked, he needed to reject it. Then he took another one that they developed on the 100,000, he ate that one. 5 different times he's been taking money, eating it.
Thank you.
So he needs to come back to Liberia to tell us why he took all that money, he ate it, and he didn't talk then that he's talking now. And of course, we can go back to Clinton. Clinton can be on whether this is corruption.
Thank you very much. Colonel Gray, let me come to you. And again, let's try to balance this out, right? To each his own. Vendetta Patrick say your own. Paul Kennedy say his own. But Colonel Gray, the bigger thing in this room right now is a major allegation against the information minister, the deputy information minister, Daniel Sando, information minister, Jeremiah Pierre, that these guys there, the ministry is corrupt. They can take money from any which way, and they can use the money and distribute the money among themselves. How scary this is for the government, for President Bwaka, trusting the information minister. Now this allegation is coming up that the ministry is a corrupt ministry. And again, I understand Jeremiah Pierre will be addressing this. He never shy away. But let's hear you. We can address the Matthew to say, yeah, he participated in it. But it is above and beyond now that this allegation is on the minister proper and his deputies. Talk to me, Colonel Gray.
Well, Senator, I'm not sure whether Mike is related to Isaac J. Nyemplo. There was a similar situation with Isaac Nyemplo at the Ministry of Justice. I will leave that for historians to bring that up. But then again, Isaac J. Nyemplo turned out to be one of the most corrupt ministers of government then under the Samado regime. I'm just trying to correlate some historical, what we call reconcilability. But in essence, it is becoming a pattern to my observation, remember the issue about Jasso, the Minister of Information, Education, when the issue about how much she was paid to relocate to Liberia, when it came up, it was brought up by a whistleblower, and that guy was dismissed at the Ministry of Education. Go back and look at that situation. And the same thing with Michael Nyemplo. He brought up an issue, and now he has left the ministry. So he's on free fall. And this is the time for us to hear all the bad things that have been going on in our ministry. So it was a good thing that it happened. I feel for him, but it was a good thing it happened because other things are coming up now about the minister himself is an arrogant man. He's subjecting people to corporal punishment. He wants them to clean his shoes. He wants them to open car door for him. All these kinds of things are grave allegations. I hope Mr. Peel will avail himself and try to defend on some of these allegations. But there are serious allegations here. And Stanton, whether or not that guy stole the whole world, the fact that he's telling us what the virtuous person is supposed to be, and he's telling us the opposite story, hey, we want to hear more. Since the stuff is hitting the fan, bring it on. We want to be able to hear more. And these are the times you appreciate whistleblowers, because otherwise, some of these things will be swept under the rug. And we're trying to build a rescue and a perfect government, a virtuous government, a government that will show example far, different from what existed 5 years ago, 6 years ago under Mr. Weir. So we have yet to see that. We're not seeing that. We're seeing like every day now we ain't worse things happening, and it should get to our concern. I think so.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Thanks a lot. Let's welcome Governor Clinton. Governor Clinton, just let's continue where we are. It's concerning that listen. I would say this, a brother and friend, but the allegation is too big. And, I know we got other stories running. We want to play these clips for you to listen yourself. That Jeremy Pierre, Information Ministry, the minister proper, the deputy Daniel Sano, they have turned that place to be a corrupt ministry. Clinton, talk to us.
Well, just one clarification. The president's dismissal of Matthew is in accordance with his powers under the Constitution. You have to understand that the Constitution does not impose any limit on the powers of the president to remove any appointed official. In this case, Matthew is an appointed official, so the president can move in at will. He says that with in place of the president. So the whistleblower act wouldn't supersede that constitutional power of the president. But as a matter of just public interest, as the matter of public policy, the president should not be firing his officials who are making these public disclosure. Another interesting thing is, I think Conor Gray Paul has raised that, is that the Whistleblower Act does not protect an employee of the government who themselves are involved with the criminal act. So if Mr. Yemplu, like Paul was saying, received money on 5 occasions, then he can be protected by the act because he himself was engaged in those criminal acts. But it is very sad that this is happening under this regime. I've said over and over, a lot of Liberians who place faith in this regime are disappointed because there was this talk about the past regime and how inept these people were and how they were uninformed, uneducated, novices. Here we have the sophisticated bunch of people, and in a period of just 11 months, this is like, Mommy always talk about the season, but this is like the real season. It's season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it just keep going. Like every time you go every day, like it's just like every week there is some incident, and this is very grave. But I mean, the allegations are grave, and I think the president and the Anti-Corruption Commission, let's forget, Matthew Nyemplu and his protection under the act, but because of the disclosure, I think he needs to be law enforcement agency need to reach out to him to provide information that he has, whatever evidence he has, so that they can initiate an investigation. I think this is great. We cannot keep playing with the Liberian people like this. This is really, really, really bad.
Listen, wherever you find yourself, guys, let me mute, please. A lot of movement coming in. I want to say, after Dr. Richardson, I think she will not leave now because she ate already. Dr. Richardson, thank you for letting us know. So you're still on the show. It's only important that we discuss this issue. It's nothing personal. But can you imagine where in this government that you never heard about corruption? Which ministry? Why is it so easy that everybody at will can just do this thing? Why is so easy? Why, Dr. Richardson? The allegation now, we should also say it's an allegation with the information ministry. But why is it so easy that few guys can come together and say, let's just do this? They will not catch us if these allegations are true. If these allegations are true, $5,000 for media coverage. You remember the $70,000 for media coverage that was in the off-budget document? Let's go to the second tip and hear what he said. We got something coming up. Our guys are on assignment. We got something coming up. Once they get to where they're going, we're going to come live. But let's go to the second recording. The second recording from Judo J. And I hope I pronounced the name right. J-E-H, I think, J. That or Fendella Patrick, friend and brother. So I don't want to be in trouble with Fendella Patrick today. But let's go to the second recording and let's just listen at exactly what was said about some of the things at Mika, some of the dealings. Are you surprised that the Richardson, or you think this is just a number thing now in the Joseph Walker government? That everybody free to just hustle by being corrupt?
Somehow I'm feeling vindicated. I believe that this is.
So you put your mom in now.
Well, every day there's something. This is no different than what we heard from LRRC. We want to, have hope for our country. We want a better Liberia, but it almost appears that these guys came to steal. They came into power, and I don't know where they learned this behavior from, maybe the previous government or the previous government. I really don't know. But instead of thinking and being patriotic and saying, this is our country, we're going to look out for the development of our country. Even if we have $100,000, we can make this organization better, this ministry better. How can we do that? What suggestions can we give the president? But they're not thinking that way. Yeah, you're going to take $100,000 and say, I will divide it among my staff, $5,000 each. That is unheard of. Where does that happen in this world? I'm sorry, people. I've worked in a lot of institutions before getting to my final institution where I'm going to retire, if God willing. And at the end of the day, nobody says, and we have different programs. I'm given budgets. I have to, organize different things. And at the end of the day, I don't take whatever money that is given to me or whatever left over. In fact, I have to account for every penny I spend. And whatever is left, I have to give it back. I have to give it back to the university, to the department. But to say I go around, give each of my students and assistant and research assistant and other peers of mine $5,000 for you for a great job, I have no authority to do that. Why is it different in Liberia? This is what I want to know.
Stand there with the pictures.
I'm sure that he's gonna come. Like I really respect Jeremiah. Jerry Limmick. I do. I respect him. I always appreciated him when he came here to speak. I was open-minded, but I hope that he's gonna come back to present a different news to us that this is not true and have evidence. But on the other hand, Yamplo was there. He was in the ministry, you know. So I
But
believe
That Richard
yes,
said,
yes.
Cash, tell your own shut up and go home. That's the allegation.
I let it where you
Cash.
put it.
Cash, they call it as Fagon. Fagon no about Kato.
Sure.
Get no evidence, get no receipt, nothing. Ask Fagon. You won't get Fagon money, he say, give me cash. I see you put it in my hand, bad. Thank you. Jerome Pierre have been accused of distributing cash, money that should have gone to a certain event. This is not this is the information minister, for God's sake. How many folks in the government? This is one of the champions of the Unity Party, bringing Joseph Boakai to power. This is a serious allegation. Now the question remains, will President Boakai bury this under the road, or will he call LCC, as been recommended by our brother Fandela Patrick?
But how many
Full-scale investigation.
How many investigations will happen?
Because who can say these things, right? Only people that from there. There was an issue raised about $30,000. The same information ministry for the tourism program on World Tourism Day. Jerome Pierre was in America. That money was Vlad, 30,000. When they got and received the money, they went to one of the nightclubs and they were eating and drinking. And the deputy minister, Jerome Pierre, left in charge, went there. And up to now, that story, that 5 and 6 story, no head, no tail. I called Jerome Pierre. This is what I'm hearing, Jerome Pierre. He says, Stanton, I am not in the country. I'm here at the UN. Give me 24 hours. Let's discuss it. When Jerome Pierre called that bureau today, that deputy minister and the other deputy minister, they cannot see eye to eye. How the 30,000 came, how the 30,000 left, it remained a mystery. You have an assistant minister with similar allegation. Now, let's just leave this for a bit. The information that President Yemane allegation that he raped somebody, let's see what happened to now Benjamin daughter case. When he spoke about this issue, when the president appointed Contact, Ambassador Contact, and not spoke about it. Let's go back to the clip and hear the action from Jerome Pierre and the executive marshal, what they said on that day. Let's listen.
You mean again?
Not education about the situation with his daughter. And that means to be a right in our Mika channel. On court, he said that the people at the executive mansion were not happy with the interview that you gave. And that could lead to consequences.
You mean against Dr. Hassan Contact with the situation in Nigeria that will be put on? Yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Pierre writes in the Mika chat room that people at the executive mansion were not happy with the interview that Mr. BJ gave, and that there could be consequences for now that he, Mr. Pierre, were not able to prevent. So because of that message, I decided to go listen in on that interview. So I listened in on that interview. I see nothing wrong with that. So I replied to Mr. Pierre's message and tell him that, that was the first occasion I want to resign. I want to resign the job. I replied to him in that message and I told him that if there will be any action taken against that to the extent that it will make Nat to lose a job, I will be willing to resign with him because we cannot countenance that. People cannot be hurting. And they vent out their anger and then you use the job that they hold to threaten them. And guess what happened again? Minister Pierre is angry. He's angry at that. He calls a meeting in his office. And he's blasting at me how I'm argumentative all the time, all the kind of stuff. In the end, what happened again? Not back.
So this is another one. So with this kind of conversation that is squeezed now because his 3-year-old daughter of the embassy, the Liberian embassy in Nigeria, you know, the allegation that she was molested or raped or whatever the case would be, she came to Spoon. We discussed this. We raised money for that Blade. The president appointed Conte, Ambassador Conte. Now he should be going to Washington, D.C. That he didn't handle the situation well. And a lot of human rights and rape activists here trying to campaign and protest against him because of that. But the president cared less and appointed him anyway. Jeremy Pierre saying that now because you appear on Spoon and you protest this appointment, you can be fired. And listen to Matthew, what he said concerning this. How troubling this is from that Patrick. For the minister, and I mean, nobody should speak on allegation of rape, but these different stuff, how troubling this is for the government as a whole. Vendetta.
So, CEO, of course, I have reason to believe that, looking at track record, the president goes out and appoints somebody, especially an ambassador to the United States, not just any other country. An ambassador, Liberia's ambassador designate to the United States, and an appointed official of government speaks against such official. Obviously, you expect the presidency to be worried or to not be happy about that. I mean, this is a fact. How do I know? Nyamplu spoke against something that a cabinet minister was involved with, for which he questioned an executive marshal acted. So you expect me to sit on this platform and say the executive marshal was happy about the criticism on that budget? I said no. They were angry. But again, it's unfortunate that this thing happened. Like I always tell people, if I was president, I would not fire this individual. I would deploy different administrative process. While he's within, he can be protected, but at the same time, very conscious if he has another opportunity to speak against issues within government circles. But let me say this, CEO. If the government cannot act to investigate this matter, to audit with all these allegations, I would encourage the minister to call for an immediate audit to exonerate himself. I'll give you an instance. Swazi Genesis, a very good friend of mine, he was accused by his former boss, Jeremiah Sulonte, at the Ministry of Transport, of selling electricity and in dismissing. He demanded that the government prosecute him. The matter was taken to court. This man was exonerated. This is the kind of resilience we want to see in public institutions. When you are accused of doing something wrong, let us not wait for government to act.
All right, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus Christ.
Other governments are going to come. And it's possible that you will work in such a government. So for me, speculations are good. Of course, criticizing people, they are good also. But at this time, I want us to tread the path of what happened at El Topo Arosi. A whistleblower came. We did not yet, let me conclude on this. A whistleblower came and brought this information out, and people ran with it. This president proceeded. So you're talking about 100,000 here. You understand? So we don't just want to sweep this under the carpet. It should be a moral and constitutional responsibility on the part of the president, especially an institution that is considered to be the mouthpiece of the
Thank you.
government. If the
Thank
mouthpiece
you.
of the government cannot be trusted, how do we trust the president? So that's why it's imperative for an audit to be carried on to ensure as to whether what Matthew said is true or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Venter. Let me bring in Paul. Paul Kennedy talk to us on this issue about, I mean, now he's a deputy minister, I think, for technical affairs, not clergy. And they're selling him. Though his daughter went through trauma and everything, the same man you talk against the president appointment, you will be out of here. And he won a job. He's quiet. They're selling him. How bad it is, Paul.
It is sad. It is sad, Stanton. And my heart goes out to the Minister Nod and his family. I think we had him on Spoon the other time, and he was really pitifully expressing his grievances of what happened to his daughter in Nigeria under the watchful eye of Ambassador Kaba, right? Sorry if I'm missing the name.
Context.
Sorry, Ambassador Kaba. Ambassador Contact. But we follow the story extension to know that the most wrong that Ambassador Contact could have committed at the time was aiding and abetting a crime or facilitating a crime or looking at a crime and doing nothing about it. But from Ambassador Contact's own explanation, he escalated the entire rape offense whatsoever to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I even think he said they furthered the case to court process. So at that point, he as an ambassador, that's all he could do was to forward the case. And we had the minister here who laid that out. But it's difficult to draw analogy between that rape case and what is happening now. The most synonymous link anybody can put amongst it is corruption. There is corruption in most part of government, and I love when Center asks which part of government we don't see corruption. Let me go on the side of Conor Gray to say the Ministry of Defense, because at this point we probably have not heard any indication of corruption at this point. So there are still some good ministries that are doing very well. Let's not blanketly, accuse all of the ministries of being corrupt. Except what we are hearing from information at this point is a very serious allegation. And as I said previously, what Spoon does most is to gather all the facts from all parties. We're not going to just listen to one side of the story. And I hope that, the government can step in, because this is a big news of corruption that government should be thinking about how they can go to probe into it to see whether the allegation is actually truth, right? And I think, knowing of how the Liberian government function now, there are audits going on regularly on a daily, quarterly, and annual basis at various ministries and agencies. In fact, before the Director General or a minister signs a check of setting amount, it has to go through internal audit. There are internal audit systems placed at every ministry and agency in this country. So for people to say, well, government needs to be audited, the government is already ongoing, sustained audit on a daily basis. So what we could ask for is a probe into whether these allegations are actually unfolding and what are the heads of agency and the ministers doing about it, and whether they are even involved. I think that is the line I would take to think that there's a need for investigation versus doing another audit, because there are inbuilt audit system in the Liberian government system. Now, is that audit system perfect? I don't want to believe so, because there are some loopholes, right? But to say, oh, they're not auditing, I think is the matter of just probing into the audit to see what's going wrong and what's going right. And finally, Stanton, the minister needs to be given a chance to prove himself wrong or right, based on the allegation coming from Minister Matthew. Minister Matthew himself has just indicted himself by the counts that he has given, that he took money and ate and never reported on those instances. So he needs to come back to Liberia to exonerate himself from these and maybe justify to the Liberian people why he took the money and ate it and not say anything that time, right? So you know, I think it is the time that we give both of them the opportunity to make themselves come clean before the laws.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. And again, Brother, just don't think that you're being fair tonight to call the defense ministry name and say that, well, we didn't hear anything from the defense ministry. You're just about to open another Pandora box. Paul, the defense ministry is supplying protection for all the concession company, Western Cluster, Asada Mita here, and then where that money going? The money coming. Paul, don't let us get started. We shouldn't leave the beautiful conversation, and you intentionally trying to put the defense ministry in trouble. You intentionally. No. It's just because we got so many stories, so I'm leaving that one. The allegation that the defense minister herself illegally took people land. The woman met President Bwaka on Staten Island and presented all her documents and cried on the floor. And the president said he will look into it. The woman called him spoon every day. Don't get us started, Paul Kennedy. Please don't call any ministry name yet, because we got something on all the ministry. So I don't think you're being fair to the defense. Let's leave that one alone. Let's come back to our talk. Colonel now when you went, Colonel they got trying to put the defense ministry in trouble. You know what we got on there? But let's get back to our conversation, Colonel Gray. Talk to us, Colonel Gray, on this Blow J situation, that the accusation that Jeremy Pierce silent him and threatened or dismiss if he speak against the president appointee ambassador Dr. Contact.
Well, we have evidence here that when Matthew started speaking, of course, he was warned, and it was not only one; it was done in print. That if you speak, you will be, you're at the risk of losing your job, and it happened, right? So, but with not Beje, yeah, that gentleman, of course, the position he was serving today around the world, we got our friends who are serving in that capacity, minister, press council also. They have not been paid for 3 going to 4 months. Their rent. They live in foreign land, their rent have not been paid for that length of time. They are at the risk of being thrown out. And to hear that people sharing money among themselves back home, it kind of, it moves the needle to a certain point where nobody will be happy to hear that, especially those who are, who are overseas serving their country and can't even afford their rent to their own government. So I think that is more telling. Of course, Beje would want to protect his job. Who doesn't want a job? I mean, if you live in a country where the only means is to work for government, how are you going to do it if you get fired? So probably, he looked at the lesser of the two evils. I mean, it's evil to have his young child raped, but not having a job, it's like the lesser of the two evils. It's you are trapped between the needle, and the blade. So I hope we can look into some of these matters. But firstly, Mr. Councilor, press councilors abroad, and our friend going there, Alpha Diga. Those are the positions you're going to be in when you go live in Europe. You can't pay the rent; they kick you out. And so I think the minister has something to look into more gravely. Look like the embassy in Washington. That place is neglected. Let's face it. If you go to the Liberian embassy in Washington, it's dilapidated. It's isolated, and this is one of the prime countries we have relationship with international wise. And look at what's happening there. So just imagine. But Stanton, it's our day, man. But we'll have to bring this up. It's our responsibility.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. It looks like your office is busy. We're hearing the door sign up, people up and down. I hope you're in the office, and I hope that we're hearing female sign.
Stanton, I'll have to get out soon. I have to go to a meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I'm hearing the lady calling you, so I hope that your office. Thank you. I can hear well, Colonel Gray. Let me bring in Clinton. Clinton, talk to us. The message got to go. So that excuse you, man, bad. You can go. When you finish, you can come back. Go ahead, Clinton.
Look, I mean, the culture we have in Liberia when it comes to a government and government job, and how much people want government job to the extent that we're just do anything. That's why our presidents and our leaders don't do well, because we have this kind of culture where we just want to be in certain positions, so we'll keep anything. I don't understand you know why anybody would be telling somebody that not to talk about the president's appointment of Dr. Conte, when in fact, Dr. Conte was involved in a cover up of a rape, that happened to his daughter while they were in Abuja. Again, I don't understand, the likes of PR and these people. Like, I don't understand. Like, what is this thing that we have? Once you get a government job, now you have to just protect. You can't talk against the president. Why a lot of our presidents don't do well. A lot of ministers don't do well because people are afraid to tell them. People just want to get and just stay in this position. So nobody want to tell anybody anything. They just sit and just allow it. The matter of fact, it's a culture. You can't even talk about certain things. We have this, and I see what they used to find on this thing, even within the CDC. Like, you're not clear if you talk about a party. This is complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense. And I know the story because I know I sat with Nat and discussed this thing a few years back. It's unfortunate. I don't think we even we did. I don't know how far it went on under the CDC regime, but to have somebody like Dr. Contest, this surfacing around here on blackout, and people they're telling him not to talk about it so he doesn't lose his job. It's unfortunate.
But they met 3-year-old daughter, the molester,
I know the story.
Let me help you this, Clinton. Clinton, you're too laid back. They raped her.
Mm-hmm.
She was all on international platform.
Yep.
That girl is going through massive trauma for the rest of her life.
Mm-hmm.
But just because Nat Blair just saying, Nat Matthew saying, they call them and say, man, shut up or you'll lose your job. Can that be that minister's daughter? Will he shut up?
But that's
Can
the thing.
that be that director's daughter? Will he shut up? Come on, man.
The people a lot of the times they just get, and then it's troubling because even PR. I know during the elections there was an official in one of the embassies abroad who made a comment on Facebook, and PR was under that post and said, "Don't matter, man. He's one of the first people we are going to get rid of as soon as we come to power." And I found that very shocking that people so publicly would do stuff like that. It's unfortunate. But Stanton, you guys, I don't know if you're shocked, but we see. Look, I have no faith that anything new is going to happen. Anything new is going to happen on this regime. We've seen this movie for 12 years, but not like you was in Liberia. We've seen this show before. We just knew that this wasn't going anywhere. That this was going to be, a mess. I'm not surprised. There was no faith on my part that anything was going to change. If anything, the level of corruption and the allegations of corruption we are seeing in these imagine. This is not even 1 year. This is just 11 months. Every day, year talking. Every day,
so I would say this: you are quite correct. Welcome, Brother Dualu. Again, $275,000 a year. That's not easy money. So, what Spoon Talk is to you. You will leave Spoon Talk every second because you got to make that money. Brother, welcome to the show, man. Try to share some of the money with some of us, bro.
Come on, what our lawyers see that you mean I got money. I don't mean I got money.
I mean that different hustle you own, but let leave that one. Hey.
Come on that way in another lane. $400 to $800 an hour, depending on what case is looking at. The boy then eating money, all their hand wet.
Well, I want to say this, guys. Let them finish up on this information ministry, and we can confirm. Because I spoke to Matthew. Matthew said he got all his documents. Even when they shared the money with him, he took notes. Matthew said he want Jeremy Pierre to talk, then he will even talk more. He said he want Daniel Sano to talk, and he will talk more. Now, here's the issue about this government. People just not coming up to talk. The man said they distributed the money right in the office. Other ministers want to talk. When the incident took place, they brought back a team. He came right back to America. He said he would do it also, he would do his work, and nobody will come talking about it because you know what now? Cherylime got to talk. Daniel Sano got to talk. The accusation is not only the 5,000, it's not only the 7,000, 70,000, it's not only the 100,000. It's not only donation that other people, businesses will come and give to the ministry, and these guys then will distribute the money amongst themselves. So want to talk to us and we'll bring in Asido. We got to move to other conversation tonight.
Stanton, that you know, I'll sit down sometimes and I think about my country. These are grave allegations, but we take them so lightly in Liberia. So for me, if I were Jerry Lime, and I know the brother, I will address this thing directly because this is one thing that could destroy a man's entire image on everything. So this brother doing the allegations, whatever he's saying and not saying, whether he got evidence, he doesn't have evidence. This is why I continue to say to our country, if I accuse Governor Clinton of something, true or false, and the court do not go to the bottom of this to make sure it addresses this fester in the press, it will continue to be there, and over time it builds. This is why the court in the country have to be very strong. I cannot just get up and say Paul Kennedy that rule. You cannot just say that. Now we've done this, and a lot of us are guilty of this back and forth. But the way the country going, look, for me, I don't have. They better have to give up more to make sure the accusation he's saying against Jevalingin Pia and the likes of Sano and all these guys, if it is true, it has to be addressed. It has to be addressed. And one thing that I'm very, very afraid of being Liberia, I'm extremely afraid of that. First, I say, Dwalo de oh, that English, I won't follow ever can hear me. I'm terrified of that English because it would just take one person that we accuse you. They would say, "Oh, darling, they were pushing cartoon here in America. I rather can go push my cartoon. I won't lie to nobody. I rather go push my cartoon." You know, that my brother as it do say, I just give me the nursing home right now. I rather go in my nursing home. I go to my enjoy that I come back. I'm serious.
Well, man,
My brother asked me
what
welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much. I will bring in Asido. You know, Asido will be joining us from the car because due to the time different when he leaves work before he get on the show is over. So Asido, thank you for your sacrifice, man. Seriously. Come on this Jeremy Pierre issue. Talk to us.
Well, I don't know what is there to actually talk about if this discussion has to do with the Unity Party government. Like we've said times and again, this is the continuation of Unity Party's 12-year rule. During the 12-year rule, the current president, who was the vice president then, said, unquote, we had lots of opportunity, but we squandered them. You don't expect anything less than what you've got 12 years ago. This is just a continuation. And it is only so sweet. The sweetest thing maybe I've tasted in my life to hear that you can't just jump out and say somebody steal anymore. But the amount of time I have heard people steal, people take money, people steal. More than the time I've heard Governor Clinton's name. Only today we hear now you can't just jump out to say people steal anymore. But here's the catch. The person who made all of these revelations isn't someone from behind the kitchen. It's someone who was right there, who was in the room, a minister former who knows exactly what went on, who got evidence, who himself said he benefited. So it is not somebody just trying to accuse the government or somebody's just trying to play politics or do some more propaganda thing. This is from the house's own mouth. If you cannot believe this one, and you would think that we can just say people steal money, then ho, hallelujah, praise the Lord, amen. Indeed, we are in a different world. So, my Liberian people, we can't say nobody just steal money. I hope you hear that one. We can't say anymore. Although a minister who was there is also accusing another minister, but we can't just say. We can't just say anymore. It is, what much to say. This is Unity Party. we know of United Party, we know what they can do. So it's nothing strange, actually.
By the way, you're smiling happening.
That is true. The thing the people say, right now, when I'm talking, yo, say no, get on my case. The threat full of nothing. Look,
Okay,
Jerry,
I read that thread only one time. I don't read it anymore.
oh,
Once.
I never even go over there
I
before.
read
I
it
can
once.
do
I don't read it. But man,
that.
everybody in Labrador has an opinion. Everybody's an expert.
To me, I love it.
If you
And everybody
can't,
give you a label. Because
So
everybody get your label. Like everybody now, they come in, they say CDC law. We're talking things that has nothing to do with law. We're talking politics. They say you're talking this. Like,
so want to say thanks, guys. I beg that we leave this Jeremy PS story for a little bit. These are this. I mean, if the story is running, he gonna do part 2 or season 2 or episode 2, and he'll go to episode 3. And the allegation against Jeremy Pierre and the information ministry is big. And I hope and only hope that our brother and friend Jeremy Pierre will be given the time to address this. But it's a huge allegation, and distributing money among themselves, and the environment is hostile. I was just on the phone with another minister. I'm not going to call that minister name or what kind of minister that person is. From the Ministry of Information, they are saying too they will talk because they care less. I was just on the phone with another minister, Dr. Richardson. They are saying they want to talk, and they will talk because the ministry, everything Matthew said is true. And they will come out to talk, and they will leave the government. So here we are, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, this is why you have to. This is why you have to at least have an environment where people are not afraid to tell you the truth. People are not afraid to speak out. You have to not make your environment so hostile. And again, let's look at our context and our history. In Liberia, there's a huge need to respect anybody in position of power, whether you know it, whether you earn it, whether you got there, how you got there. But by the time they like calling people boss man, they like calling you with your big titles, they like BB cards to show you, do you know who I am? That does not work well because it creates an atmosphere that is full of toxicity. It makes things toxic. All right. If we have an inclusive environment, at least we'll be getting all the ideas from different places, and then somebody can brainstorm and come out with great ideas to further our country, to develop our country. I was in a meeting one day, and a peer of mine started to flat out disagree with the head of the department. The department was talking. It was her turn to talk, and she disagreed. And it was okay. It allowed us to look at something what we're discussing differently from her perspective was included. There are many times you can agree or disagree, but it creates, a new context. It allows us to see things that we didn't see before, or sometimes we can reject we can reject the disagreement and say, well, that's your disagreement, you're on your own. Or sometimes we can be, inclusive. But again, you can't just throw out all the people who would criticize you, or the people who would, whistleblower against you, and throw them out of the government. And you keep the only people that are loyal to you, people who want to talk what you want to hear. Will not grow. We'll stay just where we are because what we want to hear will not improve our country because we don't know it all. That's why you have to have people from different backgrounds, people from different understanding, people from different walks of life coming in one setting to be able to at least bring development to our country, bring different ideas to our country. But this is just it's too much. Every day there's something, there's one comment. I don't know if it must speak to the leadership. I'm telling you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Everybody kind of shocked what is happening. A lot of phone calls coming in. We thought that ministry was a angel-like ministry, though. But people are saying they want to speak to this. I am surprised. I'm seriously surprised. I thought Jeremy Pierre had everything under control. But listen, I mute myself. They are watching the show. People are praising Matthew that they will be speaking to from the same ministers. They are saying they want to speak because the ministry is a hostile ministry right now. They're quoting the name Daniel Sando, Jeremy Pierre, and the other deputy, I forgot his name. I mean, what is going on? Let's close on this, and I know more to come. But these are allegations, and these are allegations. I hope given the time, Jeremy Pierre will speak to this. Anybody have any further concern before we proceed? But then Patrick,
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
let's a second real quick. Let's
Yeah,
start with
quickly, Stanton. I just like to appeal to all ministries and agencies. This is a classical example of what would destroy the rescue mission. It is imperative to review your internal policy and create rooms for employees, including your immediate deputies and subordinates, to express themselves and find solutions. For those of you who are untouchable, you create a hostile environment where your deputies are scared to talk to you. Don't miss out this opportunity. Letting Matthew go has spelled something completely different at the Ministry of Information. I am begging you, I take God to beg you tonight. If you are watching this show, you know within your ministry and agency there are people who are not happy. Your immediate deputies. Sit with them, talk to their brothers and sisters, and move forward. Because if they get out and they speak out, you will have to regroup. And coming back is not guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul Kennedy. Your 30 seconds.
I mean, to me, none of this is surprising. And I am not going to play the Mandela role to avert this government on anything. I am not paid to do that. I'm not an ambassador to this government, so I'm not going to avert them. In fact, this government ran on experience. For people who are experienced and they understand how to conduct, legitimate affairs of governance in the public sector, nobody should be advising them. After sitting and watching a repetitive failure of program and processes over the past 9 months, that itself should have served or should be serving as advice to the government. So, I think all we have to do is to elevate it to the public spheres, and then people will have their individual opinion. But what I'm thinking is, like Stanton said, I think those who are accused and the alleged issues are going on should come, whether it's through the public or to go to the national judiciary system to clear their name. Let them go and do that. So I'm not surprised that we're hearing this kind of corruption. Look, Stanton, in Liberia, people go to the government with the mind of going to steal. Most of the people who go to government go with the minds of going to steal. In fact, if you are a government minister living in the community, after serving your tenure and you're still poor, the community will ridicule you for that. They'll say, oh, they may are in government. Look at him. He take nothing from government, he's poor. So who told you when you go to government, you should go there to steal? But that's the mentality of the Liberian people. They actually facilitate the criminal nature of public officials. These people don't like people who are serving honestly. Liberian people will prosecute you if you go to government and honestly serve. So it's not a surprise that the ministers are stealing from them. Let them continue to steal and walk away with impunity. Who am I to say?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's not waste time on that. Let's progress.
Thank you. We got to go ahead, Clinton. Your 30 seconds on this.
The president should act, especially when these things become public, he should act. I think the statutory agency themselves have to act. Like if the people at LSCC and the Ministry of Justice are listening, like why do they have to wait for President Bwaka to pick up a phone and call them? They have a responsibility to do that. They don't have to. Somebody can pick up the phone, reach out to Matthew and try to get his side, get what evidence and try. You don't need President Bwaka to do that. Some of these things people just need to go ahead and start doing it and not wait for the president to do it. Because look, I think the president is not going to do certain things. I mean, we've seen over the last 11 months that the president is in some kind of bubble. He's somewhere, and just sitting down somewhere, and the people just operating. Everybody just operating. So we're not. You don't wait for him. I beg you. You do your work.
Let's go over to Brother Eduardo. Brother Eduardo, you're closing on this one.
Look, let me say this. Like, many people, you're listening carefully. Do not compare an accusation that was levied against the likes of Samuel Tuer, where $25 million, an order was done, with an accusation being made by a minister without any substantiation. An accusation against President Weir that built massive amount of mentions across the country where he had absolutely no money. It's not the same thing. The reason why we're saying you cannot lay blame on this, because this is coming from a man that will be considered a disgruntled employee, even though I want us to give it some validity and look into the matter. It's not the same thing. Don't let anybody lie to you. But I'm going to say that Vendetta did say something that is very crucial. In order to increase production in any agency, the people that are working there, they got to talk free without consequence of fear. If they get it over the here where when Vedera thought that they may lose a job, everybody's going to quiet. They're not going to talk. And guess what? That agency will just become stagnant. Nothing will happen there because everybody is afraid for their job. You got to create an environment where the people can be free to talk and be protected. Tenton.
Brother Isaac, though.
Well, I won't worry about George Weir and Simon Tour. We're talking about right now. You can keep worrying about your business. So, VP Vandala Patrick, you said something which is important. I'm not sure we're going to have the discussion on it. There seems to be the norm across the government where employees are so scared to even get in group to discuss anything. We are getting information also from the Ministry of Commerce. I forwarded that communication to Stanton. I'm not sure we're going to talk about it today, but I know we are trying to get more information there, where one employee from there reached out to us saying all kinds of things. That the acting minister that is there, one Mistress Wille or Nimne or something, it's almost like, have you ever seen King Kong? When King Kong is coming, everybody afraid. Like, even when the people discussing something, as soon as they see Mistress Williams coming, they all disperse and running away. Nobody wants to say anything. Like they will say, she will just say anything to anybody, threaten people, just anything. And then, the employee was telling us that the pay looks like a Zobush. Where when you go, you are afraid to even turn your neck. Because when you turn your neck, be careful. Something else is coming from the other side. You can't run a government like this. You can't run a ministry like this, where everyone is afraid to even do anything. You tell everybody to come to you with everything, and nobody has a free will to do one. Imagine. Ministry of Commerce is also coming into the news, and this is something I know we definitely followed up. I was shocked when I got the forwarded message today, and I shared it with Stanton and some other people. We tried to reach out to one or two other persons. Two other persons confirm it that the place is so scary to even be an employee there. Like the people are afraid. You can't say anything to even speak with your other friend. You want to be careful that nobody hears it and carry it to someone else. This is not how you run a place. You are making the whole place to be ungovernable because people will keep talking here and there. But I thought it's bad. It is bad.
All right. So I think what we are, the Commerce Ministry story is a big one coming up, and I don't want us to discuss it today because, as it do, I have that story. The issue about the acting minister, but thank God that they have Madame Dakose. Okay, we don't know her own will as well, but she's going in as minister proper now. So the acting minister will not be there acting any further because a lot of complaint is coming from that ministry. That in total time, somebody saw expired goods were a pre-slave and she recalled the person, one of the inspector, and a lot of other stuff. We have those documents and those complaints. So I'm going to just let our Commerce Ministry story go and see what Madame Dakose going to do to improve that ministry. All right. So I want us to talk about allegation. Those of you, maybe for Data Patrick, National Insurance Corporation of Liberia. National Insurance Corporation. Can anybody tell me that? It seems to be that my first time hearing about this. I received a loan information document about massive corruption at the National Insurance Corporation of Liberia. It is owned by the Liberian government, right? It's one of those entities, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So
Can you
that's
briefly tell
that.
me, inform us about this National Insurance Corporation of Liberia? Because the person that is there is Notu Jaba. Notu Jaba is deeply linked, and a lot of story coming up today. But we went through the document. I will share it with you guys. But a lot of money running through that place, man, and it's bad. Pandetta, what can you tell us about the National Insurance Corporation of Liberia?
Yeah, CEO, for me, I will have to do thorough research.
No,
But
I'm
what
not
I
saying
know
about
about that place,
the correction. Just tell us the work and the
no, no,
function.
no, no. CEO, I want to respectfully decline. I've not seen any document. You just said corruption there.
Well, can
I've
you
not
tell
had the
us
time
what
to.
the function of the place?
The
That's
man
what
is
I'm
just asking
asking
about
you.
the place. What
Oh,
is
come
place
on, man.
about?
Can you hear us?
No, what I know about is an insurance company that all government entities supposed to insure through that
Okay.
particular entity as per my understanding and research. That place was dormant. You remember the guy that was there as the head, Sam Money? You know,
Sam
he was the
Manning.
press secretary to WIA.
Right.
And when something happened, for some reason, we don't know, but after he was betrayed and they threw him under the bus. So they sent him to a place that was completely dormant, where nobody would think he will exist. This man went there, revamped the place, brought it to land life, brought some level of credibility. You know, he transformed the place. I personally would have expected this government to maintain certain people, but he was clear out from there, you
Okay.
know. And it
So
was
thank
the
you.
first time I saw that such an
Thank you.
insurance company existed in the country. The same way John Molu came in this country, nobody thought that GAC existed. It was
Pandetta,
John Molu that really made me to
Pandetta,
understand
can you
we
hear
have
us?
GAC.
Can you hear us very well, Pandetta?
I'm hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we hearing you, but it seems like you're not hearing us. But I think
No, I'm hearing you now.
okay. Thank you. You want to say something about this company, Clinton? I believe probably you know something a little about this company. Again, you are muted, Clinton.
If Mandela said it, or it's a government entity. Sam Mane was the last president that was there before this administration, so he's been there. So that's their job is to do insurance business. Yeah, it's a government entity.
Okay, so they said that the allegation of massive corruption is going on at that place, and the current head, who is Notu Nortu Notu Jaba, he's deeply linked to the current and massive allegation that is destroying the National Insurance Corporation of Liberia. Nortu Notu Jaba. All right. Now, with these kind of allegations, we want to be very clear, right? That's why I will share the document that we have in our possession with the rest of the team. Then we'll come here tomorrow and discuss it. But when I went over it today, I spoke to Mame, our colleague, and Mame and myself compared notes, and it's troubling, folks. It's troubling. And again, I want to say, please, if you want to add anything, wait for the document. Let's go over it and let's just understand. The National Insurance Corporation of Liberia have turned to be a cash cow. All right. And the current MD of a position, whatever you call his position, he's deeply linked. The hair, not to Jabba, is deeply linked. So again, we're going to whistleblow on this one and share the document accordingly. I think we are doing something good. I think we are now holding the government feet to the fire. And every time we see something, we hear something, we say something, it helps the government to grow. I don't know why my sedition brother on the set laughing, Clinton, and asking.
I have to laugh. I'm laughing for Anzu, who comes here every day to talk about Twitter and talk about my getting the corruption. When the corruption to
So do the man call your name? So
every day corruption. The mistake you make every time people who brought Buaka to power, people like you who are very forceful in bringing Buaka to power, you shouldn't be talking about the corruption of the CDC administration because it makes you look bad. You are in power. If your argument is to us stole, we are stole, they build houses, you're the government. You can't prosecute the people holding your account. Oh, yeah, I got them, the people stole, the people stole. It makes you should not be talking about the people, so you should be prosecuting them. So I don't know.
That's fine. Excellent response. That's fine.
Hey, to Anto Isa, when I'm talking about rely here, here's the thing. I don't know anybody on this platform who's been more vocal against the Barker administration than I have. We brought them to power. We are willing to criticize them when they do something wrong.
You don't know anybody on the platform, brother?
Yeah.
You say you don't know anybody on the platform.
But you did it as well. But I'm telling you from my perspective, I've criticized the government heavily. Something you could not do, something Asido could not do. You understand this? The issue here is when you say, "Oh, it's allegation." I was just
no. I beg you, I criticize the CDC government.
I did not interrupt you. Y'all want to wait. I'll let you talk because I'm trying to respect the decorum. But the problem here is, it's not justifying whatever is happening. I've criticized what is happening heavily. I'm ashamed of what is happening. I've said our opinion on this platform repeatedly. I don't support any form of corruption that's happening in the country. But I don't want you to forget that the likes of you, the likes of Asido, the likes of Twitter took millions of dollars from this government, and then you come back, you won't behave holier than thou. This is my issue. The UP government has to get this right. They cannot continue on the same path. I've said this a million times. Something you could not say. So there's nothing I'm ashamed about. I got no qualms about what is happening in the country. They got to address this. Omar Baga got to take charge. I've told this. That Omar Baga is responsible for what's happening in the country. Nobody else is responsible. He's responsible. You could not say that about President Weah. That's you. That's the difference.
And I want to agree with you, Balu.
15 seconds of response here. That is not true because for some of us, we're not the quote unquote what you can call I would say people. Some of us were very vocal about things that was happening in our administration. This record, there's plenty. I said here before that even the Unity Party people have records, screenshots they were carrying around. We've been very vocal on administration, even now, right? So I'm not one of those people who will not talk about the wrongs in the government because they say my eating pen.
My man, it was lukewarm criticism, man. It was lukewarm criticism. Y'all gotta be clear. No, I'm clear, brother. No, you don't do that. Our room is here after those left.
We criticize the administration when we need to criticize the administration.
Listen now, don't start going government every live right now. Say one thing during President Weah administration that President Weah stole. How you build those houses? Address that.
No, okay. So let's talk about that, right?
Yeah, address it.
Baba, we got something to do about Biggie about. That's about Biggie about. Yeah. Let me announce this real quick. We're about to go to the Capitol building. The journalists on the way. Massive deployment of the Labrador National Police taking place right now at the Capitol building. Why for? We don't know. 102 and his men late at night right now. It's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 11:40 in Monrovia. The reporters are on the way, and we got to bring attention today to this issue. Why? Tomorrow we know session is operating. We don't know what's happening, but again, we'll be going live. Once the reporter get there, we will be going live. I've been on the phone with them. The Labrador National Police police officer right now, they're allowed to sleep at the compound of the Capitol building. For what reason, we don't know. But again, things are happening. They are deploying folks at the Capitol building. Again, we need to speak to representative. We need to speak to the issue guys. We're going to pivot a little bit because in a few seconds, the reporter will be coming on. We will be going live from the Capitol building, but something is happening. If you have your sources out there, reach out to them. Let's know what's going on. Nobody's at the Capitol building. No representative, no senator, no staffer, nobody. But for the Labrador National Police to go ahead with deployment at the Capitol building right now, it speaks something. Real quick, guys, let's just move a little bit, please. I know you're going to say what you will have to say, but let's talk about this real quick while we're getting ready to go live. Dr. Richardson, what are you thinking on right now?
I'm thinking about the police officers just preparing, strategizing for tomorrow, preparing for the worst or the better. Just making sure they know where exit entrance points are, making sure that their doors are being protected. So because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, we don't know how people is going to react tomorrow when they hear whatever the Supreme Court will have to say or get involved with the legislature. So I think it is proper for the police and the law enforcement to be in a state of readiness, so that they can be prepared for whatever that is coming tomorrow.
Again, Vandela, let's hear you because the information reaching out while we wait to go live. Our reporters on the way, the information reaching out saying that something is about to happen tomorrow. Let me hold on to that information, okay? But let's say you real quick. Let's say you real quick. Right now, as we speak, ERU, Liberia National Police, is currently at the Capitol building. Unmute yourself, VP.
We gathered this intelligence since Friday. 3 things prompted this action. Not just the police, maybe the police, they are going to be physically deployed. They have deployed several, I think about 48 NSA agents to be among people moving forward until this whole matter can be resolved. NSA agents are being deployed to collect information and data. There's this information circulating that President Weah will take a walk from 9th Street to the Capitol building on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, to pay a visit to Fonati Kofa. And everyone knows that the former president, except you are not a Liberian, remains the most popular opposition leader in the country. That is undisputed. So, marching to the Capitol to pay a visit to the Speaker is a confirmation of his legitimacy, that he disagreed. He was also listened to at his church, but he blasted members of the National Legislature of unconstitutionally removing the Speaker.
For that, Patrick, we'll come to that, please. Let's get everybody view because we'll be going live shortly from the Capitol building. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you. I mean, what's your thought right now? The Liberia National Police deploy at the Capitol building. A lot of information coming up concerning what will be happening tomorrow. Talk to us.
I'm thinking several things here, Stanton. Could they be in the preemptive mode to maintain some anticipated disturbance or violence plan for tomorrow? I mean, the police know best. They have the security intel, and they probably know why they are arranging to go to get post. But my question is, who called them there? Is there not an interference with the legislative function? Because all the argument I've heard from day one of this thing is the Supreme Court is sitting because the Supreme Court does not want to interfere with the legislative action. But the police is a part of the executive branch of government, and they are going to the Honorable House of Representatives and Senate. Why are they going there? Is their presence there not going to interfere with function? So let's conclude here. Let's logically argue tonight about why has this thing even prolonged to the extent now that there's getting police involvement. This is the thing we're talking about from the beginning, that if people in the legislature undermine the rule of law, it's going to escalate to calamities. But Liberian people will be in denial to say, oh, the people are operating in accordance with the Constitution. So if they are operating in accordance with the Constitution, why do we have police being assembled to be deployed on the premises of the House of the Laws? It's our law house.
Thank you. Let us move on very quick. I want to give everyone a chance. Paul, thank you. Clinton, talk to us about what we are hearing and what is actually unfolding. This is currently happening at the Capitol building, Clinton.
Well, the police have a responsibility for law and order. So if they are, in anticipation of given what has happened in the last few weeks, if the aim of the police is to be on the grounds of the Capitol to ensure law and order, then that's a good thing. However, if, as we've heard in the past, the goal is to go and protect the new speaker, the quote-unquote new majority speaker, and stop the CDC, and the minority people and Speaker Kofa from going, because mind you, they gave I don't know, it's been a week, but they gave Speaker Kofa a week to vacate the offices. So a lot of things could be at play. What they're trying to do, are they going to try to enforce that? I'm not sure. So again, if it's just to be there to ensure there is no level of violence or anything, that's a good thing. But if this is an instruction from the government that we seem to protect the quote unquote news speaker and to ensure that the people from the minority black don't have access to the Capitol building, then that's problematic.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me bring in Duadu. Duadu, talk to us.
My brother Governor made so many assumptions. It's very scary. The police is doing exactly what the police are supposed to do to protect life and property. You cannot claim they're going to do anything else that is illegal. They are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. If there is a possibility that there could be chaos at the Capitol building, there is nothing wrong with preempting that action to ensure life and property is protected. But let's not be naive. But people saying we are leave Hennessy EXO to go marching. If you say you drive there, maybe we'll consider it, but go Hennessy EXO, you march, I won't see it.
Okay, but the first thing I said was the police have order, right? Boy, help me this guy.
Guys, 1 minute. I beg you, let's do this. Can you hear us, Chokon?
Yes, CEO, I'm getting you loud and clear.
Chokon, you
the Capitol building.
Is there any way you can get closer than you are? Tell us what's happening right now, because we are only seeing darkness. Of course, the country is dark, but talk to us.
So I'm here at the main entrance of the Capitol building, facing the executive mansion. This is the main entrance into the building. And here, parked before me, it is the police, the Liberia National Police, the Joint Security. Their boss is parked here, and police officers are here trying to provide security for this place. According to one of the commanders who is now on ground here, he said that there were a couple of guys who came, unknown men, and they jumped into the fence of the Capitol building. Yeah. So he alleged that they jumped into the fence of the Capitol building, but they are around the Capitol building providing security for the place. But since the entire saga of removing the speaker, police officers have been deployed here. But maybe just tonight, I think they beat off their strength, because we are seeing a bus park here, and a couple of police officers are around the Capitol building, and also the Capitol
I know it's
building.
kind of dark, Choco. I know it's kind of dark, and you're doing extremely well. Thank you. There's the Capitol, my people, Liberian people home and abroad. That's the Liberian Capitol building, where you have the senators and representatives. It's in total darkness because of no electricity. Opposite the Capitol building is the executive mansion, and on the other end would be the court, all right, the Temple of Justice. Total darkness. Chokon, tell us, how many men are you seeing, if you can? How many police officers are you seeing, and the gear, and talk to us?
The police officers, they have their riot gears with them. I think they have some, like they would say, maybe lethal weapons with them, because I know at this time they have. Their boss is parked here ready. We saw a patrol pickup later on that came and disembarked the scene from here. But the patrol pickup is on the round around the Capitol building to ensure that this place is secure. So that's it. The police bus is right before me, and a couple of police officers are on the bus.
Are they sleeping? Are they sleeping there? Did you talk to them? Are they sleeping on ground? I mean, it's like, tell us.
They are here on duty. They are here on duty. Some are sitting there, some are on the bus, and some are standing, as you can see here.
Let's talk about the speaker card. Where it was parked today, is the vehicle still at that parking space, Trocon? Because you did a recording of Funati Kofa speaker number 1. His car was parked to the speaker's place. Is it still there, or they took the car away?
No, for where I am, I cannot see the speaker vehicle parked, but the space seems to be empty because the reflection from the building, you can see the place where the speaker vehicle usually park. The place is empty, but the vehicle has been parking there on today HOR1, and the speaker has been using REP1 to move maybe outside, to wherever he went. But the two vehicles were parked there, and they were there until this evening.
Thank you, Choco. Stay put, Choco. Don't go off yet. Maybe the guys have question for you. Stay put. Again, I'm sending two other staff to join you. Make sure that you guys are safe. But again, I know you are. Don't go off yet. Can you just give us a quick view? My fellow Liberians who am abroad, that is the capital city of Liberia. That's the capital building right there, where you have the executive mansion, where you have the senators and representatives. On the other end would be the Temple of Justice. In total darkness, total darkness. You must carry your own flashlight. This is exactly why I think you can make your own decision. But what a disgrace! The Liberian National Police under total darkness. What a disgrace that everything is scary in the country, and we will say because you can see it, right? 1 year into this government, I believe I still have hope. But then I want to go back in the studio to talk to the guys. What truck can get adjusted, because again, I'm trying to make sure that they are safe. Guys, that's it. I was going to who? I think you spoke, right, Eduardo? I'm going to bring in Acido, then we're bringing Fatima. Fatima, welcome to the show. Let me bring in Acido. Acido, what are you hearing? What are you seeing? Liberia National Police, something that have never happened before. They are there in bus. They are there in pickup truck. They are patrolling heavily under this total darkness. Talk to me, Acido.
So I want to take 2 seconds and reflect on the Liberia we are seeing today. Reflect on the Liberia we are seeing today. Think about the Liberia we are having today. How much more, as a people, can we be disturbed by what is going on?
Asa, let me hold you there. Let me hold you there, Asa. Please forgive me. Let me go back to Trokon. Trokon, give us description of what you are seeing and what you are showing us. If you can hear us, talk to us.
So you can see the police bus is here, and another pickup parked across the road. The patrol pickup is across the road, just before the executive mansion, and the police officers are on board the pickup. But again, from the distance where I am, I can see another white pickup parked in the parking space of the speaker, where the speaker official vehicle usually park on the grounds of the Capitol building. But as you can see, there's a little bit of light here. LEC, I think LEC here today.
So there's a little bit of light from where you are, but not the entire area. You seeing light? Is that one pole or what?
Couple of light poles.
And you
The ones that are on the left, they are on.
It's give us the building. Do we have lights in the building?
I can say that I'm seeing a couple of
Put a camera there, let's see.
the lights are on.
Put a camera there, let's see, please. Where's the Capitol building? Let's see the Capitol building, not the poles.
This is the Capitol building. Let me try to do this.
Yeah, just try. If they will allow you, if they say no, that's okay, please. Because you gotta be safe. So beside the light poles, show us the Capitol building, Nelson. Let's see the building itself. I mean, sorry, Chokon.
Oh, let me see what I can get so we can see the entire view of the area, because they were insisting first that they couldn't give me access to this place. I know.
So they allow you now?
Yeah, let me see.
All right, good.
What we can get up. So you can see the lights is on.
We see light poles. Show the building, the light in the building, please. We see light poles.
So this is the building
That's
in
the building.
existence.
All right. So that building loan that you get let out to you.
Like
Oh yeah.
inside the building.
So listen, I don't blame you. You know why? Because if you use the darkness, then darkness is light to you. But yeah, say I do appreciate you, my picking trick on. You're doing a good job. Be safe. Don't you leave. Let go back to Isaac though. And Isaac again, please talk to us. Then we'll go to Fatima.
Yes, that's all. Like I was saying, it is just um, a very hard time in our country's history to be saying what we're saying. You know, you can hate one person, you can like the other person, you can have whatever the opinion, but such a thing has never been experienced in our country before. Listen, police, the strength of the police is already low. The police should be other parts of the country providing security for the common people. But the police today is packed at the Capitol building because grown men and women cannot even respect the very law. And all of this is happening under the watchful eyes of Liberia's most experienced, who came to the presidency with more than 40 years of government experience eyes. I don't know. This is not about personal feelings, but look at what is going on. Imagine, put your mind to this. What kind of country is this? We have two speakers. We have police officers not in West Point, not in Douala, not in red light providing security for the common people, but they are right at the capital. All of them. What kind of a thing is this? What kind of country is this? What have we turned into? What have we turned into? Where is the president? What is going on? But you know, it is a hard thing to talk. It is a hard thing to talk. It is.
All right, Asa, thank you very much. Fatima, welcome to the show. And we got about 27 minutes to go, guys. Let's give it our best shot. We must be out of here by 7 p.m. I have to go back to Chirkon for Chirkon to finish up and get the heck out of there. His safety is of important. Fatima, welcome.
Thank you so much. I would like to say hello to the panelists and to all of the viewers across the globe. It's a little bit laughable when people are on this network and just saying that the country is so chaotic. I agree with Dualo. I believe that they're there to preserve the peace and ensure that no one gets hurt or nothing happens to the building. I think we were all on the same network when chairs were destroyed, when the day they went to serve the speaker, when there was fighting and trying to hit people. So I don't know why we just sit there and say they are there to stop the former president from going. I don't think that is it. I think they're trying to preserve the peace, and they're there because if you hear something, as the reporter rightfully said, there were assumptions that people were on the grounds of the Capitol to do something. So the police have a right to protect lives and property, and that's why the police is there. So I mean, I just believe that's the fact that they're there. That's the reason why.
Again, with everything, there must be a reason why the Liberia National Police were called. There must be a reason why they are deployed. But now let's just move forward a little bit. Tomorrow is a big day, right, Dr. Richardson? You're going to have Speaker 1 and Speaker 2 going to the Capitol building. All right. Whether this return to status quo until will hold, a lot of people concerned and they're thinking what's going on. The Supreme Court, how would they come in here? They have asked for Nati to turn his car over and turn everything over as speaker. For Nati say, I am the speaker. Richard Kuhn said, no, I am the speaker. Now there we go. And this is concerning, folks. You have both of them claiming to be speaker. Who is the real speaker here? Who should the international partner address? Who should the executive mansion, the executive as a whole, address? Who should directors and ministers and senators address as speaker? And that's troubling. So tomorrow, when you have 25, 26, 27 individuals from the Phonetic camp moving in and taking a position, and you have 43, 44, or 45 individuals from the Richard camp moving in and taking a position, I think the Liberal National Police should be present. That's what Richard said.
Yeah, first, I just want to make sure that Tricon is okay. Tricon, I hope you're hearing us and you are staying safe. Your safety is ultimate, almost concern for us. This anti rule of law group, I like to call them, I've been calling them this name from the onset of their behavior. They've shown to us over time, they've proved to us over time that that they're not going to respect the law. I mean, they already started writing different agencies within the government, telling these agencies not to listen to the speaker that they elected. They already didn't even get the 49 members, and they're inserting themselves into positions of power. So yes, I'm happy that the police is there to maintain the peace, because we don't know what they're going to do. They're behaving very unpredictable at this moment. They're not willing to follow the law. As I heard you open the show today saying that they wrote the international community for to be recognized. So I'm happy. Let the police be there to observe what they are going to do next, because only who knows what they're going to do. And I don't know if this is rumor or not, but they took away the speaker's transportation from him and saying that they were going to provide the transportation to the new speaker. So I don't know how true that is. But again, I'm happy. At least we have the law enforcers there. They will maintain, my hope is that they will maintain the peace and be very objective. Do not take sides.
Yeah, thank you. They have not taken anything from the speaker, from Speaker Funati Kofa. That rumors is not true. Speaker Funati Kofa, they have not taken anything from him. But I'm trying to get Fode Family and the rest of the guys to just help us as we move forward. We'll be closing on this conversation. It's 22 minutes. Once you guys finish, I will bring in Fode Family. I'll probably bring in Ellen Ato right also, that we can end up the show with them and what to expect tomorrow. Tomorrow is a D-Day. Tomorrow is a big day. Fandela Patrick. Fandela, you're muted.
I don't know what you said with respect to the communication that was dispatched. I don't know how authentic is that. Is it true that majority bloc distributed letters to our international partners, the U.S. Embassy, EU? Is that true?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I was answering the phone. What did you say?
I'm asking because I heard Dr. Richardson saying that from the inception of the show, you mentioned that majority lawmakers, from the majority bloc, they distributed letters to international partners asking to be recognized.
So make your statement now.
Is that okay? No, I just want to confirm whether that information, as it was spoken by Dr. Richardson, that
you're asking
the
me?
majority bloc dispatched letters to international organizations asking to be recognized.
So they said in one of the session that they was going to write the U.S. Embassy, and they were writing European Union and other international partners to recognize Richard Kong as the next speaker for the 55th.
Okay. Well, we will confirm tomorrow as to whether they have sent that communication. We will also write to say they should not be recognized until the court make a final decision. We have to be very clear with some of our international partners. You see, I hear hypocrisy. Honor George Weah, especially the U.S. Embassy, was consistently involved into democratic process.
Fandela, I hate to interrupt you. Fandela, wait 1 minute. Let's try to relieve Trocon. I think he's coming back on, and he's speaking to somebody. Let's bring them on. Let's see where Trocon is right now. I hate to interrupt you. We'll come back to you. Trocon?
Yes, CEO.
Chokan, yes, go ahead, talk to us. Who's the gentleman? Let us know what's going on, because it's too late and you can go home. But talk to us. What's going on? Who's the gentleman?
He's the head of security from the Senate wing. He's here tonight to buttress the efforts of the both houses, the Senate and the House of Representatives. So that's why I just wanted to chat with him just for a minute. Welcome to
Go
Spoon.
ahead, bring him on. His name, and then let's hear him, please.
I'm Darrell Danishus Wisse from the Liberian Senate.
How you doing, sir? Can you update us, let us know the activities of the Liberian National Police at the Capitol building tonight, please?
Yeah, to be honest with you, most of the time when we having some issues at the Capitol, the Liberian National Police always come here to give a backup. Tonight we observed that some guys were running around the compound. So to our utmost surprise, we saw the police here this evening to give us backup to make sure that the ground can be safe for tomorrow.
Who called them? Who invited the Liberian National Police?
I think it would be the authority of the Liberian Senate.
Which one of the authority? Who called
We
them?
got we, when it comes to security matter, we got the chair on defense and security, which is Honorable Cyrus Momo.
Honorable Cyrus Momo called them. Can you confirm that Cyrus
No, I'm
Momo
not.
called
I'm
them?
not saying. I'm not saying that it is Honorable Cyrus Momo that called them. I'm telling you, when it comes to security issues, the chair on defense and security he's the one that handled this issue. But I can confirm that he's the one that called them to come on the ground.
So, do you know who invited the Liberian National Police?
No, I can't say that on Spoon because I had no idea about that.
Thank you very much. But so, how's the situation right now?
Yeah, everything is okay. The ground is safe and normal work is going on.
The people who intruded here, you were able to apprehend any of them.
No, the officers tried to go after them, and the appearance of the police made the guys to make their way out of the place.
Have you spoken to anyone from the speaker, whether Richard Kuhn, Funati Kofa, and anyone from the majority or minority black as to the whereabouts of the Liberian National Police on ground?
No.
Okay, why are you smiling? Because I said Richard Kuhn and Funati.
But I'm not a politician. I'm smiling.
No, I don't want to make you one. I just go.
I'm not a
I just
politician.
try to
I'm
pick on
smiling.
you. Thank you very much, sir. It's good having you. Thank you very much, and we wish your situation well.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Chokon, thank you very much. You did extremely well today. Again, thank you. You can please go get ready for the morning hour. I know you will be there very early that we can have a full coverage on at the Capitol building. Thank you, Chokon.
I can see you. Bye.
Yes, sir. Good night. All right. So let me bring back the team. Fandela Patrick, please go ahead.
CEO, and I'm very disappointed in that director. You ask the mayor under whose authority, he can't tell you. But he's director of security there. Can you imagine that? This is a scam. I think it is time that the international community takes keen interest into what is happening. Anybody listening to the mayor, you cannot be director of security. You don't know how the Liberian National Police, when they say, when they have situation at times, they call for backup. But in this case, who called for them? You ask him whether the chair on security and defense, he say you don't know. CEO, before we leave, it is important to establish contact with Senator Momo. I'm sure he stay up. We need to clarify this tonight. If the police went there on its own with no invitation, it's a violation. We have to be very clear. And my understanding is that they are there with arms. So what happens tomorrow? Are they going to leave? Because, okay, assuming people went there to burglarize or to do other things. So tomorrow when day breaks, what is going to happen? But let me conclude on this specifically to the United States. The U.S. Embassy is on record during the time President.
Fandela, I have to interrupt you again. I'm so sorry. I have the representative want to give us reason why the Liberia National Police is at the Capitol building. We have representative for the formula. Representative Formula, go ahead, sir. Welcome to Spoon.
The first thing is that I would like to say to Liberian people that we have always remained very peaceful, contrary to what some panelists on the show has presented us to be. We have always proven that we defend the laws of this republic, irrespective of how people who lacks the standing has presented their own case to people. We have said, we have acted in keeping of the law. The act of the act of being disgruntled and the behavior of being a hooligan at the level of the state house has always been portrayed by people who have defended the speaker, and the speaker has never condemned those guys' action in public. He has never. It happened on the 17th. The videos are there. It happened thereafter, and the guys has failed, including all of them, to condemn the guys' action. And as such, we believe such action undermines the rule of law. Tonight, it has come to the security attention that some thugs associated with them, the same gang they led at the Capitol building, try to jump over the fence and move in and bust out offices of lawmakers who are considered members of the majority bloc office. And they seized the Capitol building. It has acted in keeping to defend the rules of law. And some of these
let me ask you a question, honorable man, please. So are you saying the Liberia National Police were invited by the majority black?
Let me get you clear. What you just said.
Who invited the Liberia National Police to provide security?
The police acted in defending the rule of law. The police cannot sit there and
No. Somebody must. No. Honorable family. Somebody has to place that.
But the director of police told you, the director of Capitol Police on the Senate wing told you, the chairman on national on defense.
No, he didn't say.
A specific name to you.
No, he didn't say. He said he cannot tell.
No, he mentioned the chairman on defense, but the reality is
no,
that
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, honorable family. Did the majority black invite the Liberia National Police?
You know what I want. I believe the police acted in defense of rule of law.
You are not saying yes. You are not saying yes, or you are not saying no. Why?
I'm saying the police had a function to defend the rule of law.
But you are not. I'm just asking you. Who called? But honorable family, who called the Liberia National Police? Majority black or who?
Because it has been seen that strange men have started to move in on the grounds of the
our show, Clinton. Who called the Liberia National Police, honorable family?
I said the police acted in the defense of the rule of order.
So nobody reported anything to them?
But the police do not see people acting lawless and stand back and
for family chief, somebody must place that call. Somebody have placed that call.
The ADT.
And who placed the call?
I will not be specific with names, but I believe the police acted to defend the rule of law.
But are you very clear that no one from the majority black called the Liberia National Police?
At this time of the night, I could not definitely say who placed the call because it's after 12 years.
Thank you. I think you're very. I think you're.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
No, you're very clear.
You don't know. That's it. You don't know.
No, you're very clear now because I think you just answered the question. So, any of you guys have a question for the honorable?
Enter your horse can call police. Why the legislature can call police? And your horse can call police.
Yeah, so
no, but that's not the issue. The issue, Dwalu, is we know we understand.
Wait 1 minute. It will only happen like that because if you cross certain security place, a link to the police. So are we saying the same thing in Liberia? Okay. So go ahead, Asido, make your point. Let's go ahead. We have the honorable man with us.
Yeah, my brother, Honorable Fode Fambule, thank you for letting us know that the Liberian National Police, from the executive branch went at the Capitol to defend the rule of law. I really appreciate you for that. This is one of the times I've agreed with you. So the executive branch is at the Capitol, the legislative branch, to defend the rule of law. Honorable, the judiciary also passed a judgment, temporarily though, in defense of the rule of law. Do you still stand by your statement that no other branch can interfere in anything concerning the legislation?
So the first thing you need to get here is that there are procedures, there are functions of legislative members that are constituted within our constitution. Read the specific rules of legislators. Understand it. Those function as constitutional function. No branch of government can interfere. Take for an example, the laws provide for the judiciary to provide explanation of the law. No judge is then held accountable based on the decision he ran in a case that is before him. No judge, no lawmaker will be held to a contempt for going to section and acting in section. That is the law. The law is being very clear. You need to understand these simple elementary principles of the law and the separations of power. We have always acted in keeping with the law, contrary to what my sisters, their friends here, who have failed to accept some of the legal positions that have been provided on this platform. She believed from the onset of this thing, since she this like her normal support of the former presidential candidate from the ANC. It's a coming. My sister defended coming from the one to the point where he got 1%. It is the same thing. She has told me in this situation. When she is stuck into something, she believes that she cannot see the other side of the reality. I think she's making some big mistakes. She need to understand this process. She has little understanding about legislative issue. She needs to either learn from people who have experience, and as such, when they are providing information of their role, it is better she listens.
Everybody.
What you saying?
Go ahead, for it.
I hope you give me time to respond to it, right? Thank you.
In the face of what is unfolding, we believe we have acted in keeping with the law, and all of the things we have done, it is in keeping with our rules, in keeping with Article 33 of the Liberian Constitutions, in keeping with the Rule 10, all of these things. Look at the laws, look at the rules that we have that govern us. So it's something that I think you are aware. Who are those who are on record? There are 7 colleagues of ours, namely the likes of Papi Flomo, the likes of Ellis Noah, the likes of Honorable Eugene Colley. All of them, they are on record of vandalizing things at the Capitol building and bringing in thugs. They are being investigated. Some of them have been suspended for not less than 30 sitting. So if you are facing violence, they are the same means we're going to give notice to the police that if any terrible thing happen at the Capitol building, all these guys who are on record not once but twice for providing tension or unnecessary unrest at the Capitol building.
Okay, let me bring Dr. Richardson. We got to make progress. Dr. Richardson will speak, then we have to go because we got 5 more minutes. Dr. Richardson.
Okay, so my small brother, I wish
they can find dignity in coming here to market his ignorance. It's so disgusting. I don't know why. Telling people we have to be legislative.
So go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Federa, please. Federa, you don't do this. You don't do this, please. You don't do this. Let Dr. Richardson.
Every day, my small brother, and you speak about knowing the legislative process. You were there. You read the book, I hope, and you took an oath to protect Liberia. But yet and still, you are still talking about you got another speaker. You suspending people without having the 2/3 majority that your good book, the book that you read, the book that you took an oath to, to follow. You still saying that you have another speaker you don't have 49 votes. Between you and I'm just an innocent citizen on a talk show who don't know the rule now. It sounds
So
like
let me just respond to that. The first misinformation here is that
hey,
where 50 people
Wait, the honorable man, the data, honorable man. Hold on, Dr. Richardson. We got to give the data.
I want to respond.
No, she's not ready yet for you to respond. She got to finish speaking, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think I will ever be ready to listen to your response. So let me just tell the moderator that. So you don't even know. You come here every day, and speak about things. You came to answer a simple question. How did the police get to the Capitol? You can't even answer that question. You're making insinuations here, or the fanatic profile block broke into the place. You are a speaker. You don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm sorry, you're a legislative member. You don't even know what to say. You blaming somebody else here. And let me tell you something, sir. Let me let you know that I am defending the rule of law. I'm not defending a speaker. I got no affinity. I don't even know if Fonati Kofa can come and stay in front of me today. I wouldn't even know him. But you want to be a hooligan. You don't want to follow your own book. You don't want to follow the rule of law. And that's what I'm defending, because in the past we had Tyler resign, Snow resign, and you just think it's okay that a couple of you guys can just get together and say we don't want a speaker, we don't want certain members to lead different committees, and that is okay. That's it, and they will be removed.
Thank you, Dr.
Can I respond? I see.
But we got to go, though.
No response from you.
No, wait, guys, I'm begging you.
If they making people representative on what they know,
but it's not everything you can respond. We don't need
Dr. Richardson, please. Dr. Richardson, 1 minute. Dr. Richardson, 1 minute. Dr. Richardson, 1 minute. Dr. Richardson, 1 minute. Before the formula, we gotta go. We just call you for you to No, it's okay. They won't buy. Today they won't buy. I want to ask a quick question.
Oh, my man, way back. What kind of
So again, guys, y'all can do this now. Let's do it one at a time. Dr. Richardson, let it be so now. No, Dr. Richardson, no. Dr. Richardson, no. Let it be so. Dr. Richardson, no. Let it be so. No, Dr. Richardson, we gotta go now. We gotta know. Before the formula, Dr. Richardson, we gotta go. I beg you, Mama, we gotta go. Before the formula, let's do this. We're gonna move on because we'll call you back. We took on it. Dr. Richardson, it's okay. Dr. Richardson, I want moderator, please listen to me. Let it be so, please. I beg you, let it be so. Guys, we gotta move on. Before the formula, it's good having you.
Thank you for not allowing me to respond to my sister.
Yes.
My man, go to that, go.
Hey, my pa, don't move from here, man. Hey, man, let me go, man.
Vanilla,
my man. If they're making people, representative because of where they know, that man will be anywhere near representative.
So let's move on.
If the man wanted to speak, so you know the man.
I say let be so. Let me say this. Let me say something that you don't know, right? That the Richardson and Ford family, they are family. All this thing you're doing, they're going to call each other now. It's nothing serious. It's the reason why I said my sister and my little brother. So let's move on. I want to say, let's close the show. But I think, let me speak on this. It's only important for the Liberia National Police to be at the Capitol tonight. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is the D-Day. Again, this is not a joke. This can only make or break everything we have fought for. We're laughing on the show tonight and think it's a joke. It's not. There's a serious issue happening in our country. People calling it treason. People calling it political coup. They're adding names to it. Whether it's true or false, we hope the Supreme Court can see into this and say, yes, the country is at stake right now. And the decision is very important to settle this matter. But whatever the case may be, We asking you to wake up early in the morning and John Spoon. The team, they are ready. They will give you nothing but the best. We pray that everything go as planned. Again, we'll be back here to hear the result. For Native people have filed their own document. The majority have filed their own document, and everybody just waiting to hear what's happening. Let's close the show. I think it was a great show today. It's 12:01 in Liberia. It's only good for us to close the program. We're going to start with our sister that came first. Then we're going to go back to our sister, Dr. Richardson. Then we're going to go through this thing to make this a wonderful program. Sorry, we cannot take your phone call. But again, don't forget, if we have time tomorrow, we'll be talking about the National Insurance Agency of the Republic of Liberia with the massive corruption, if we do have time. It's also important for you to know what's happening tomorrow. Where will you be? Will Fanati go? Will Fanati stay? What's going on? Please include that in your closing. Let's start with you, Fatima. Let's end up with the House of Representative. What you think will happen at the Supreme Court? And what's your prediction? Fatima?
So, as always, I would like to say thanks to all of the panelists for always, being constructive and delivering on our country and creating an awareness to our people. I would first like to say that I don't know if the police differs in each nation, but I'm just trying to ask this question because police officers don't usually have to get calls to go to a place. Sometimes they get tips from citizens, they get tips from neighbors, and they in these United States. I mean, I don't know, maybe because I was once married to a police officer, and so I know they do get tapes and they do act on tapes. So that's one of the issue. I think if they got tips that there was going to be destruction at the Capitol building, I think they will show face, and of because it is also okay to go and preserve property and human lives. And also, I think if the former president, who's very, very, he's very, very popular. If he was going to the Capitol building, he's not going to go alone. I think there will be a lot of chaos. A lot of people will be there in support of him or in defense of him. And I think that too will create chaos. Maybe that could play a part. But I think police officers usually work on tips. You don't have to call them to say, come to my house for them to
You
come.
don't
If
have
you see something happen,
to call them to say, come to my house for them to come. If something happen, guys, can we mute? Guys, can we mute? Get me the Clinton, you gotta mute. Clinton, you gotta mute.
But I'm not.
and second, I think if the speaker felt grieved, I think he took it to the right place. He went to the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, where things will happen tomorrow, and we'll see the end of it. I believe in my heart that at this point, if you're leading 72 people and 43 of them or 45 of them say they have lost confidence in you and can no longer sit under your gavel, I don't think the Supreme Court will force them to go under your gavel. I do not believe that. So it's good that the speaker is seeking redress from the courts. That's the right thing to do, and he's setting a precedent. I think that's the right thing to also do. So we're looking forward to it tomorrow to see what the rule of law will say, and I think everybody will abide by that. So
thank you very much, Fatima. And listen, your prediction would be, Fatima?
My prediction will be that the Supreme Court might say the same thing they said before. I truly believe that. I mean, they will. They will just say that. They don't have anything to say. Somebody is unmuted again.
You see, the Bandera Patrick, just mute yourself because you're coming in very bad. You think will it be a win for Speaker 1 or a win for Speaker 2?
I think the speaker is going in defense of his own character, right? To say that, okay, I shouldn't be removed. I think tomorrow the Supreme Court is just gonna say no. I'm gonna say that tomorrow will be a win for Speaker 2.
Okay, Richard, cool. All right, let me go to our sister, Dr. Richardson. Come in, Mama.
Well, I just want to say that it was a good show. I'm looking forward to hearing the Minister of Information come in and give us his side of the story. I'm also looking forward to the time where ministers will be more patriotic as opposed to, you know, taking money or bribe or, paying each other when there are things in our country that needs to be developed, such as, JFK roads, schools need to be developed. When I think about 5 occasions where money was divided, and I just imagine how much, people could have benefited from that. Um, I'm going to spend the rest of my time just talking about for the family that we tend to want to bring all the time on this show. So Foley is a first-time lawmaker from Brown County, former district, the district that I grew up in. That's why when Stanton speak about him and when we speak to each other, this is why he thinks that we relate to each other. And yes, I have spoken to Foley family on different occasions about former district Brown County. But what Foley fails to realize as a young lawmaker that he's not on the side of the law. If he reads the Constitution and if he reads the book that he took an oath, the rule of law, the handbook, the House of Representative handbook, it says that you have to give the speaker due process. It says that you need 49 members in order for you to remove the speaker. And for that, I don't know what era he grew up in. I don't know if he grew up in an era where, a group of people can just come together and form a team to remove somebody, but he certainly is not abiding to today's era, to the book of law. So before you come and speak about hooliganism and attach that to another group of people, think about what you have done for it. Think about what you and your group of anti-law lawmaker have done. You refusing to follow the rule of law. And tomorrow, before sitting, even ask me if the Supreme Court goes according to previous decisions they have made on cases, they should be siding with Speaker Kofa. They said Snow was right. He needed due process. Snow resigned. Okay. Fonati Kofa is exercising his right not to resign, and you have to respect that for the family. So you not staying to your house or wherever you stay in Monserrato, but staying at RLJ is a clear sign that you are not practicing what is patriotic for our country. You don't need to be in some kind of collaboration with a group of men in order to know what is right to do for the country. If you have to do that, if you have to stay with a group of men in order to maintain a position, in order to hold yourself together, that speaks very badly about your own integrity. So I'm on the side of the rule of law. Get that in your head when you come here the next time to speak. Okay? I'm not on the side of any individual. And you can speak about Mr. Cummings 1% today. You can speak about it tomorrow. You can speak about it yesterday. You know what? His leaders are even clapping their hands right now because of people like you. Because of people like you that are making this government look very bad. We don't even have a history where people like you, we don't have a history where people like you decided to just go and form their own clique to overturn, remove a speaker like that. And no matter what nobody have said to you, you know how long y'all been doing this for? At least no resign. But you just want to keep going. The court has spoken to you. You said no. You're not going to listen to the court. And then you come on the show today. Okay? You don't even know. You lawmaker, you don't even call the IG to say, IG, what's going on over there? You just attach the group of people who you said jump over the fence. You attach that to Mr. Kofa's group. You didn't even say we got intelligence. You didn't even tell us, say, the police department has been attached to the Capitol building since the inception of this problem. You didn't even say that. Don't you know that the police has been there since the inception of this problem? Don't you know that the police got intelligence that somebody jumped over the fence? Don't you know that the police got intelligence that somebody said that they were going to put the building on fire? No, but you want to play politics out of this. And for some of us, this is not about politics. This is about a place where we were born, a Liberia that we saw before wartime, that functioned, Liberia that went well. Was in the
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, I'm finishing. Please give me another second or so, okay? A Liberia, all right, where things were taking off, where things were beginning to run. But you grew up during a different era in Liberia, so maybe you wouldn't know that. And you know, and the next time you come on and start talking about 1% or whoever percent, it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
I'm paying my bills here.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Fandela Patrick, your son is bad. You want to get out and come back in, please.
Yes, and to conclude,
how 1 minute, Dr. Richardson? Dr. Richardson, okay, get out and come back. His son is right about that. That Richardson, we have to go.
Thank you. Yes, please. I'm just finishing right now. And yes, let me tell you a little bit about the 1% speakers, the people that you talk about. Those 1%ers are living well. They're not sleeping in the dark tonight. If you tell them to show you where Washington, D.C., the place where they call the capital that's
I'm sure they keep that for another time now. Thank you very much. We got to go. Thank you. That keep that 1% thing because
yourself to the 1% again.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Again, we'll talk about that 1%. Mr. Comey didn't get 1%. He got 1.61%. So you got to, if you want to talk about Mr. Comey, talk about the real number. 1.61%.
And now your government talking now the government and you usher in. You don't want to talk about it. I feel vindicated, my dear.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Again, let me be very clear. Everybody.
Now in your hand, fully or more.
Okay. Please be very respectful to Mr. Cummings. To have 1.6% is hard. To leave from 7 and come to 1.6. Don't say 1. If you do the math, 1% is different from 1.6%. If you go to the bank and they say we'll give you 1% interest,
you get what I'm using from what are you doing?
Come on there. That man, he won. Okay.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Dr. Richardson, we gotta go. Dr. Richardson, we gotta go. All right, so Paul Kennedy, let's bring you on. Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, thank you. Paul Kennedy, let's bring you on. Dr. Richardson, let's do so now.
Nothing about Dr. Richardson, that we are having right now.
Dr. Richardson, sorry. I gotta go. Dr. Richardson, I gotta go. Dr. Richardson, sorry, I gotta go. Paul Kennedy, come in. Again, ladies and gentlemen, my only advice to you, right? Let's be fair. Go on the National Election Commission website. Give a man what is due him. This is very wrong. This is why war will come in the country if you continue to give us a comment.
I agree with you, Stanton. Well tonight, and you know what I be trying to call and figure out. When they
all right. Why can't they come out baking? We gotta go, but again, real quick. I know my Liberia is kind of late. It was a good show. Every single Liberian you sacrifice, you know why it is to go. And Mr. Cummings went in all 15 counties. He even went in Sierra Leone. He went in Ivory Coast. He went in Guinea.
Why can't talk
about your president that you elected? What the old news say you be pretty? That you know what can't sleep on? They be calling you every night. What a comment did? What a comment did? You use good news for the comment.
All right, but never man. I beg you, just give
Then
the man
don't,
his
then don't,
space.
then don't. I'm
Joining
trained.
the show. Why you want to
No,
talk?
I am trained, Gamuda. I am trained not to interrupt people when they speak.
They got
Yeah, I mean,
Baba.
if you have followed me on the show, if you have followed me on the show persistently, I am trained to wait for my time to speak, and that's what intellectuals do. And I am bewildered tonight when I sit and listen to sheer hypocrisy and ignorance being marketed by intellectually inept group of people who are opportunistic in serving our country. And they're coming here to call hooliganism hooliganitic, and they are calling information informations. Information is a collective form of noun. In fact, in the category, it cannot be pluralized with an S. But you see people who come here. No, y'all give me a chance, let me talk. Because when people come and just insult intelligent people, then sometimes we ourselves have to prove that we are intelligent and we are capacitated. Information cannot be. You're interrupting me, and I don't like that.
Thank you.
Information is a mass noun. It forms in the category of the noun that you cannot pluralize. But when a lawmaker come here and say we're sharing informations, and your panelists, they don't know what they're saying, it just makes me to laugh. These people, most of them are just opportune to be where they are because of our system of voting in our country, and very little of them actually know why they are there. I see sheer arrogance and ignorance here being played. I mean, look at the system we are trying to protect that is being undermined by a group of people who feel they are privileged and have the rights to do that. Yesterday, you told me that the Supreme Court cannot interfere with the Lawmakers Act because, you know, they are a separate and independent branch of government. So I told them that there was chaos brooding at the legislature level. But if there's no chaos there, why would police be going there? Police don't go to the place that is peaceful. All the life I've lived, police go to enforce peace and protect property. When police come to a place, even you are jubilating that they are anticipating that there could be some chaos coming out of where your jubilation. So don't come here to lecture us on whether we don't know about laws. Some of us chose to do medicine because we didn't want to interfere with the corrupt act of laws. Sorry, Gamode, I didn't say all lawyers are corrupt. You know, but they are breaking our country down. The country is gradually moving, degenerating into chaos because somebody chooses not to respect the rule of laws. There is a set inscribed precedent to remove a speaker, which is the process of impeachment, by the way. The whole process is impeachment and removal. And the impeachment part of it is where you have grievances that are listed and presented in a protocol, and that protocol is adhered to by the speaker. He recuses himself, set up a committee, the committee hears him, and then if he's found guilty, they take a vote and remove him. That is due process. Under the law, it's impeachment and removal. It is not a political act. And some have educated president come to talk to an associate professor at Howard University about English. You stop that. Don't let all of us market our arrogance because some of us
let's get to the issue, and that's enough for Kennedy,
so
man.
The issue
Stop
is,
under your skin too much. Let's move on.
So the issue is that Liberia is going down and being carried down the drain by people who think they know everything, and we need to stop that. I think Fonati, whether he resigns or not, he should wait until the rule of laws are followed. And I appreciate him for the level he's come to. I don't know Fonati from anywhere, but that gentleman said to remove me, get the 49, hear me out, and then go through the process. If you take your vote and there's, two-thirds majority, remove me. And some group of people decided they're going to bypass that and set a wrong precedent because they did it and Snow resigned, and they did it and Tyler resigned. So they think that it is an accepted policy and it can be acted upon. That's total nonsense. Thank you. I thought it was a good show tonight.
We're going to bring in my brother Clinton. You want to speak to this, please?
Look, at this point, I don't want to talk about because there's a lot of different opinions on what the the different blocks should be doing, whether they follow the appropriate rules and whether. Look, my sister Fatima, the Supreme Court is not going to force the lawmakers to sit on anybody gavel. What they're going to do is to ask them to follow the policies and processes that are laid out in the Constitution and in their own laws. Right? They're not going to force anybody and say you have to sit on a finality. If they want to remove finality, that's a prerogative. We said this over and over. We are only saying there are some procedures that are laid down by laws and by the rules of the House that they have to follow. On the issues of the police, look, I said at the very onset of the discussion with the police that the police has a responsibility to protect law and order. So if they are the capital, in anticipation that there's going to be some chaos, or they were called, or they had any suspicion that things were going on at the capital, of course they have the right to be there. What I've said is that if they are there on the orders of anybody to take sides, because it's been said here that they've taken side on a few occasions, and they've taken the side of the majority black and moved the quote unquote speaker. The next thing is, nobody should be calling Richard Cohn, not how to call the guy who just came on just now, should be calling Richard Cohn speaker, because when the Supreme Court, who is the final arbiter, the highest court in the country, renders any kind of instruction or direction or verdict, you have to abide by that. We are a society of law. And in this case, the Supreme Court has asked the parties to return to status quo ante. What that means, and to use the words of DeLong, I was watching DeLong live today, he said, a complete reversal of everything that's happened, right? So there is no speaker or Cohn right now, because the Supreme Court have asked them to go back. So there is only a speaker, so nobody should be talking about a speaker Cohn. There is only a speaker Kofa until the Supreme Court rules. Right, that's why I still a quo ante. You have to go all the way back. So again, we look to see what happened, but we said that whatever these people were doing has the propensity to plunge the country into chaos. We are seeing a lot of that happening right now, and it's very challenging for our country now, and it's embarrassing. These people, they don't even have a fitting website. You can't even. It's difficult to even do any kind of research in the country. You can't even find any kind of laws. I sit behind my computer. I don't have to go to a law library. I do most of my research just by sitting behind my laptop. You can't do that with anything like that. You sit and you try to find these people rules. You can't even find it. But they have $15,000 to move around, and the entire Capitol building. that is sending distracting people.
Oh, it's distracting you? Now who put this up? Nelson, take this down, man. The brother talking. You have to go by numbers, line by line, precept by precept.
But Standard, you're not doing right, though. Standard, you're not doing good thing. We need to close.
But we have to make this. I say, I hear
no,
what
but
you
Standard,
say.
we need to close. You can't be doing this.
I say, I hear what you say. You got to go home. I understand. I hear that, right? But we have to give Mr. Cummings that which is right for him. All right.
Yeah, but Standard, let's close.
I said, let me give that announcement. I will take it down. Please don't interrupt me. Cummings command. Alexander B. CPP 29,613. The entire 15 county, 29,615 people voted for Mr. Cummings. And these 29,000 came from America. Dr. Richardson or Osmo and all of them.
Yo, look, let me conclude. Dr. Richardson, there's no need to listen to stand up, because you know what? It's their loss. Yeah, Cummings is fine. Cummings will be very fine. The legs of Foley, Fumble, then Koga, they will win.
The legs of Stanton, who actually was on this platform raising money for somebody who did told
us. But it's okay that Dr. Richardson got to go.
It's not okay.
I okay that Umoken Turner. You thought I was Turner.
You won't be on Dr. Richardson Gusa. But this is why I let Mr. Cummings for. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking. With the same thinking we used when we created them. This is about the
can I close and get going?
Leadership in common. You have talked somebody who was 40 years.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Finish up now. Let's go.
Kind of thinking. No,
Finish
you
up. Thank you very much. I said go.
Yes, when I
said
see
no, go ahead.
all the different agencies.
No, the matin.
Yeah,
I
said go ahead. I said
the man driving,
Then you go ahead. You got to go home. I said go ahead.
Yeah, when I go your thought about comment. So Dr. Richardson, I wanted to tell you, just think about this. If they were making people representative based on what you know, what you contribute, for the family will be the least person they will ever call. So don't worry about it. They can be lawmaker based on what you know.
Hey, CEO, man, keep distracting people, man. Why is this, man?
Right, out of respect for you, I said to listen, let's go. That's finished.
Yeah. No, I was saying you don't have to, the real truth. If they were making people lawmakers on the basis of what you know, what you bring, what you can contribute, for the family will be one of the least people in that bread. I would not be anywhere close to lawmaking. Think you know that, so that's nothing to worry about. And few things I wanted to run through here very quickly. One, I know we talked about NICO a little bit, the National Insurance Company of Liberia. We've said this over and over. The head for NICO, although we talk about it more tomorrow, but just to put this, that the head of NICO was one of those people who resigned from Ellen's government. He was the head at Liberia Water and Sewer. And when he resigned, Ellen said she was disappointed in him for the fact that he couldn't even bring the minimum level of leadership at LWSC. Ellen said that. That is same man today, President Bada. So of course you will expect exactly nothing more than what you're getting now. And the second thing I want to say, my people, what kind of a serious person with level hair will be sending letter all around? Oh, recognize me as speaker, recognize who can do that? When President Baga won, did he send letter all around say a president recognize me? When Youngly won, like what kind of some people can do that thing? The people sending letter all around? Huh? So when they appoint you as minister, you will read letter all around, recognize me, a minister, recognize me. That way, what kind of immature behavior is that? I know they made a poor man to just be walking all in the sun all around carrying empty letters. Do you have to tell people to recognize me before they know? There are channels by which people know who's who. You gotta be carrying letters. That alone defeats the argument that these people are serious. They are clueless and very unserious people. Who you be somewhere and just be sending letter all around the country? Oh, that U.S. embassy, you will go tell say I speak up. They don't know who speak of Liberia. That you can tell them, okay, come on there tomorrow. You and I writing letter, yeah. That you the president, I'm the vice president. So we're writing letter all around. That what kind of people here so? Like this is so funny and it's so funny, and yesterday somebody said this on the show, and I think it was repeated yet again. Apparently, Gamunde, you said it. We've been saying it, but maybe something is not getting out. Someone said yesterday on the show that if a woman wants to divorce their husband or the husband wants to divorce the wife, the court cannot force you to love the person. That's truth. The same way the Supreme Court cannot force anyone for the speaker to be their speaker. What the court can do, though, is to tell you that you can finalize your divorce in accordance with the law. You will have to do what the law says to divorce. They will not force you to say, go and love the woman or the woman love you. That's the same thing. The Supreme Court is telling them, say, go and let it may be your speaker at all costs. They wouldn't say, follow the law by which you can remove it. That's all. Nothing hard, anything to understand. And I also wanted to end on this. Today, we witnessed a very embarrassing episode. I know every day we getting things embarrassing. From the Ministry of Youth and Sports, where I'm from, I speak to a lot of people because I was there. A lot of them will call me. I think the videos are all there. My understanding is there's one project that we ran, the Tessie. There was 1 month left to be paid. They've been lying to the children. They've been carrying it up and down. They've been doing all kinds of things. So I think yesterday or over the weekend, they told the people to come to the ministry to receive their pay. And so the people went there in drove of numbers. Again, usually they will say that probably ghosts appear. The place was so overcrowded that somehow they couldn't control the crowd. So they decided to take the leadership in a meeting. When they went in a meeting, they started telling the children how they would pay some people, they won't pay some people. While they were in that meeting, police just came and started beating people. People were in jail at the time I came on the show. We were on the phone someone and not to ensure we can free those people. I don't think we should be doing these things. The poor people go for their little money, then you call police to be beating them, to put them in jail. For what reason? I don't think the government should keep doing this. How many more citizens were you beat? How many more citizens were you killed around the place? I mean, this is crazy.
They do that 2
Very
minutes,
crazy. We
enough
can't
fair
keep
to us.
doing it. This is crazy, and yeah, so
You know where
you do your recitation.
So Duadu, you are always a rude man. I don't know how you grew up. So again, as I was saying,
yeah,
the last time you were insulting me, the last time, Duadu, you always rude. I don't know how you grew up.
I say finish up now. I say finish up.
No, Duadu, I gave you my last minute. So Baba, I see you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you. Duadu,
go
ahead.
The same recitation every day. What kind of man is that? Man, you're talking what's wrong with you? Get to the point. Look, let me close my closing. But man, y'all go sit down eat a lemon.
The man say you go home, you finish. Go ahead.
You ain't get over there. Look, my people, to the audience, man, you're taking plenty about coming behind the show.
Yo, this is so wrong.
No, the thing is, the prime
I said left himself. We didn't take him out. He said he go home.
We plenty on the show, guys. You can't come and tell your small boss story, then you go to tell his story. You're talking about data. Get to the freaking point. To the point. All the people got to talk. They're not all day thing. Whole day, just a recitation. You got to see recitation every day. People can hear. Look to the audience, man. You guys play an intricate part of this show. You are a crucial part of this show. Y'all keep it clean. I know y'all get it ready to say anything you want, but y'all keep it clean. We're baking y'all whole your folk. You let's keep it clean in the thread. Do your criticism, but then keep it clean. At the end of the day, to my president, Honorable Boykai, you have work to do. I want on the line, sir. You have work to do. We have to get this right. We have to make sure the people feel that the vote that they cast for you, it was not in vain. Something has to give, and it has to give in the direction of the people of the republic. So we're begging you, sir, we have to govern this country in a way that is reflective of the aspirations and the desires of the people. That's all I pray for every single day. And I hope the leadership of our country can see this and let all the yama go away. Let's form a direction that is truly defined for the country. That's what I'm going to say. Once again, to the audience, you're thanking plenty.
Thank you very much, Duadu. We're going to bring in Fatima. You close, right?
Yes. Happy to see you, Duadu and Dr. Rich.
So we're going to bring in that Fundetta Patrick.
And VP.
No, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Quickly.
Duadu, can you look at it?
No, I don't wish to be. I'm not a doctor. I'm Patrick. So CEO gave me a chance. To the listening public, I know if you are not here, we will not be here. I read some of your comments, and I'm very much impressed by the different opinions I continue to see. It speaks volumes that this platform is diverse. I'm hearing background.
That's your own background.
No, that's not me. No, that's not me. But tonight, let me close. I think I am begging members of the rescue mission. I am begging you tonight. I know you're struggling. To run a country is difficult. There are people who really mean well for this country, but they have not been given opportunity to be heard. So they sit and pretend that everything is okay. Some of them, out of their own will, they will have to come and defend something they know is not right. I am begging all of you tonight, wherever you find yourself, sleep tonight, come out with positive vibes for 2025. We spent 2024 in confusion. And if care is not taken, it will spill over to 2025. Like I said before, and I will say it again. KMB has the authority to carry us forward or take us backward. If he takes us backward, the vice president who intends to contest 2029, he will pay for sin he did not commit. It is visible. This same vice president lost the election. He was a good man, clean man, integrity driven. 2029, he lost the election because of the dismal performance of Ellen. So you have a vice president. You have a vice president who is also opting to replace you. What should be the focus now is nobody runs a country in chaos. If you think I am lying, well, let the chaos continue. On the issue of the House of Representatives, the Speaker will now resign. The Speaker has not been removed. He has been very professional. He has sought the remedy of the law. The matter has gone to court. Let us respect the decision of the court. Going to court doesn't mean you are scared or you are lazy. It is an intellectually legal battle. And all of us who are taking side, we are taking the side of the rule of law. Now, Funati made it very clear. But as I conclude tonight, if the Unity Party or Rescue Mission cannot recapture its political and constitutional zeal, it will become one of the most irrelevant political institutions in this country without no authority or achievement. In 2029, the people will pay you with ingratitude because you are not leading the state. God bless you and God bless the Republic of Liberia. I think I'm content today, Dwalo.
No, you did. You did extremely well from that, Patrick. Seriously, you did today. I know you're in your normal self, but when you're in Zico, you talk a lot. You did extremely well today. Dr. Richardson, I said thank you very much. Let me do my quick closing, guys, before we all leave together. Nelson, you can come on. I will ask every one of you, please. Wake up early. No, I always want to close last. Wake up early in the morning and just follow what is going to happen at the Capitol building. Let's pray for Liberia people. We can laugh, we can joke, and the love that I have for Mr. Kwame. He's a good man. He's a decent man. But we will not shy away that the people, through that to Richardson, Ava, to Remy Gray, all of them, when they took the Gushu bag to Liberia and the Louis Vuitton, they allowed that to Mr. Cummings to get 1.61%. We still love you.
Well, when you kept all your for, I see you, man.
We still love you, Dr. Richardson. Nelson come on the show, Mr. Dwadu, Paul Kennedy, Fatima. But Fatima wrong. The man was flying high on 7. I thought people were supposed to grow, but the man calmed down. They're blaming me. They don't blame me. Listen, when they had to my puppy JMB, I got to put something inside too to head Dr. Richardson, right? So it is what it is. It equal no party. Nelson, come on, Nelson. Are you sleeping? Mr. Dwadu, man, it's always good seeing you.
I can't complain, my man.
Yeah. Paul Kennedy, you in Liberia. We're not going to ask you your mission in the country, but we know what's up.
Oh, Paul in Liberia?
Yeah. Paul
went to the legislature.
Paul went to Liberia to sell his pickup truck and get the money and come back. Well, so you're not going to say Liberia. So you get a Tacoma pickup truck that you want to sell. I think you sold that now, right? You saw it already. Nelson, come on.
Look at that. Now you know we're talking about bigger trial.
Oh man,
yeah, my man. Listen, I was on the plane, Glalu. I was on the plane coming. Everybody in Liberia already know down here. Because of Stenton Mob. Yeah,
I never said anything about your comment.
In Liberia. Everybody calling me, oh, you in Liberia, you in Liberia. I mean,
so you November or December?
I don't know what I November or December because I've been away.
See,
you know how we call the category of people are for in bento. People who've been to America and stay there and keep back on that bento there.
If you can, how long you in Liberia for?
It's my business then.
I haven't been there. But I get question about Fatima.
My business.
Because I want to say something. Somebody gave me a message I want to say. But what's the question?
What a question.
Fatima went to a wedding, and Fatima please don't talk about that wedding, yeah?
No, what a Galu, don't be disrespectful to my sister, man. That Christmas season, listen, that Christmas season, yeah, the woman when I look good.
Dwalu, let me tell you the story. And maybe Nelson, can you come on? If you ever somebody please come, Nelson. You know, it has not been easy on our sister Fatima, right?
But you know what easy one.
Wait now, and I've been talking.
Okay, sorry.
I waited.
The last time I went, said the way you get Joe the Joe, you don't get fair. I said, okay, so let me leave Fatima alone.
You back out, you done that.
Let me leave Fatima alone, yeah. Joe,
I was asking question.
Go ahead.
I said that I heard my Rex Institute people were on yesterday.
You attended Rex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were on yesterday. They were asking for you, but I think we had a problem with them. Tuition over there is 3,000, 3,005. The poor people trying to go to that school.
I mean USD?
USD, yes.
Because you live on campus.
Okay. So the dormitory, everything
is 1,008, 2,000 for off campus, 3,000 and change for on campus. Still, it's very hard.
Well, no, Stanton, I think sometimes you can sound like sometimes Stanton can sound like a communist. Look, it's called free market enterprise. In a free market enterprise, people can decide to venture into public goods, and education is a public.
No, free market enterprise only apply to. Yeah, finish.
Let me finish.
But why are you talking? And somebody called Nelson, please. Is he sleeping?
The problem because you come here start chunking rock at risk.
Yeah.
I don't want you to be chunking rock at
is
people.
looking for crazy. See, your people that are Muslim. What kind of crazy man looking for? I don't celebrate this one. Nobody gets it.
They are only complementing the responsibility of government to provide education at what Race Institute and all private institutes doing. So you can choose to go to government school.
No, let me say this, Paul.
Or you can pay money to go there. Yeah, can't tell you right, can't tell me now. I've been talking my own.
So, Brother Kennedy, do you think your communist thing apply to Liberia?
What?
Do you think it apply to Liberia?
When you want everything to be free for the people?
Wait, Brother
no,
Kennedy.
I think you think like communists. When you want everything applied to people for free, that's communism. People need to have the ability to choose to take what they can pay for.
I was trying to respond and he interrupted me again.
Let me ask him a simple
question. Ask question. So I got to
ask question. But don't tell me.
I don't want to ask question. Let him ask question.
You have a question here. I don't get a problem with the free market system. You want your 3 million, I don't get a problem here. But let the 3 million be comparable to what you're providing. Ain't that fair? Ain't it fair?
It's fair.
That is fair.
Okay, it's fair. Providing $3,000 education or whatever right now.
Well, we've not done an assessment, and the Ministry of Education got the right to close them down if they're not producing.
Let me say this to people like. Let me say this to people like Paul Kennedy. Let me say this to folks like Paul Kennedy.
Where your camera door right now?
And this is very, very bad. Have you observed? Whenever you're in Liberia, he speaks different language. Whenever you are in Liberia, he speaks different language. This is wrong. Paul Kennedy, right now, he's in Liberia. He will say every good thing.
Fatima,
this is wrong.
Paul said not read a Paul talking your own.
So you want to say Paul scared?
Why is a free spirit?
Paul scared like hell.
He's independent.
He really scared. He's scared.
From Babalu?
The person from Babalu?
Americana will order his arrest. I dare Paul to tell anything bad. I will put a post up and let Paul say anything bad about Americana on this post. This is Americana. He challenged Paul. He said, a lost year, sir. Paul, Americana been in the government too for 1 year. Is he talking about himself or just the executive? Let's hear you.
What happened to the 50th scholarship? The gentleman was crying that day when he said 50th scholarship. It was the 50 or 21. I don't remember the number because it's been almost 1 year.
Oh, that's a good question.
The 50th scholarship or 21 scholarship, somebody have to help me with the number. I'm not going to promise scholarship to the UP, the folks who are in the media room, right?
Boy. I understand the man went to Nima, the hotel in the hotel Hapu.
That Nima there? Not Nima there.
That Nima.
Now, Mama made Jolo was there.
So the men not change venue again.
No, but Nima, the pool is saying Nima, they pay $5 for it.
Oh, I thought the men changed venue.
You know, in the video, I'm gonna look like a crook. Let's play the video again.
I see
Hot tears, yeah.
No, but let's say this.
I'm not going to be a part of the conversation.
You never see you trying to entrap you. Why you say, guess what? What Kennedy say on that video? I'm out of
my mouth closed there. I'm not going to say a word.
You know what? Paul cannot say anything bad about Amara because he needs Amara endorsement. He needs Amara endorsement because he's running for a district in Buffalo County. Seriously, Paul has made peace with Amara, and I appreciate you, Paul. I think when you know the giant for the county, when you know the giant of the county, you go and you
Fatima, you know what I'm telling me? How are you getting ready to go to South Africa? He said you're getting ready to go to South Africa. You're suffering. All your money staying on the road. I thought that
I want hear from the man more.
And the men they're putting more on me.
What
What you say about me? What you want to say about me?
You say the girl can't sit at one place. Her money finishing on South Africa road.
If you're giving chair, I will tell you about Fatima. That's my first time.
Fatima get down with Bomo.
I will tell you about Fatima. That's my first time.
Donna, I want you.
But tell your friend to be quiet. I will talk.
Boy.
So Paul, you quiet?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you something about Fatima, right? Paul interrupted. I will not talk.
Paul, stop.
Mute.
Paul, don't go. Paul, no. It's about time to attack Fatima. Paul, don't go. And I really don't care what she was saying. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Fatima is a nice lady.
Yes, there's Jonah.
Fatima is a nice lady, a good family woman. She has lovely children. She's very decent. She's very helpful.
That camera, before the camera,
I've seen nothing even in Fatima. She's been very good, faithful to the cause of bringing Joseph Boya to power. Everyone should adore Fatima. We need her on the show every evening, and Fatima will say thank you.
How many Labrador women you know can go to Labrador 6 times in 1 year?
No, not Labrador.
That's not money that we do.
I didn't hear Liberia. I heard South Africa.
Amen. But Fatima didn't pay her own way to go to Liberia.
But you will pay.
No, Fatima, I feel personally now. I praise you, I beg you.
Yeah, but you who pay.
No, you talking about your way to go Liberia?
Yeah. I won't know.
No, you working?
Oh.
I said Fatima pay her own way.
You are the buffer.
I'm stupid to you, man. I'm thank you, yeah.
The man's mad. The man know what's going on.
Listen, Duaru, Fatima on a mission, yeah. I'll thank you, yeah.
The man really cool.
I will send it back to the sender. Back to the sender. I'll thank you, yeah. So for
you know me can for that crap. I'm ready for you any day.
But what is lesson though?
Yeah. You know,
you
say Fatima, you know what? I came to your house one day. I just hear all the things in your house walking, talking. I could hear what did he say that the heater was talking?
Fatima, that me. I said,
ooh, I said, what I want me? He said, nobody living there. I feel sorry for
you. That one was easy.
No, but that's why I can say though, whenever you go to someone like the unfinished building in Liberia, right?
Yeah.
Or the only thing Nelson come on the show and waiting for you. You remember when we come from school, right? Yeah. And no food in the house.
Yeah.
And your man put someone dry farrier and sugar on the side and put it in a different bowl. They want for Opa, they want for old lady, they want for basic stuff. So you know your family, you go eat it and you wait, right? Then the whole house is quiet. The only thing you hear,
That Mozart. Mozart is empty house in America can be cold and lonely more than empty house in like bro.
True. But why is the empty?
Empty house in America not good.
I want to ask you, it can be empty.
No, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I like the husband empty and I alone in the house.
In America?
In America.
Yes.
I beg you, man.
In America. Oh, yes.
That's true. You can clean up one time a month.
Let me tell you something. Like, so the family go, to my in-law place or to my mom's place, and you get that 2-3 hours all by yourself. It's so unique. But sooner that door is touched and the daughter start backing, it's time to just take a shower and go to bed. So it's different. It's different. Remember we used to get your laptop and just start watching, do something when you say. But guys, it was a great show. It's good having all of you guys on. Let's see what happens.
You need to tell your viewers that I do not have a boyfriend. I'm a grown woman. I have a man. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't do boyfriend.
Fatima,
they're looking for Fatima.
I'm still holding back, and I think you want to drag me in this situation, Fatima.
Let me drag you inside. I beg you. I want your foot drag. Let me drag you inside.
Yeah.
Question: what's the difference between boyfriend and man?
About what now?
You want me to
say something about boyfriend and man?
You want me to explain it?
No, but you say you want me to talk inside now. Then you answer Paul Kennedy. What you want? Yeah, what you want me to say?
The audience should stop.
Paul, hold on 1 minute. Paul, hold on 1 minute. Paul, hold on 1 minute. Fatima, what do you want me to say inside your problem?
I want you to tell your viewers and your audience that I don't have a boyfriend.
Okay.
I have a man.
I have a man.
So Fatima,
what is the difference?
So Fatima, let me go ahead now. Fatima. Everybody watching. Fatima, why you want to do this to me?
Fatima,
please do it.
If I say, Fatima, to tell you the truth, you have never introduced anybody to me, but the old man from Florida that had oxygen, they might not die. Okay. No, I want to say it to you. Let me show you something. What is it? Fatima brought a souvenir from the man, right? And the man had died. That old white man, the man had oxygen hanging on his right arm and two in his nose. I don't know what happened.
Then we gotta have conversation. We gotta have background conversation.
No, wait. So outside of that conversation, right? The only person I know that Fatima man, he's in Liberia.
Who the man? Go ahead.
All right. But when now, ain't want me to talk? Ain't want me to talk?
You got
the only person
don't cut me off for when I'm ready to talk. Don't cut me off.
I'll not cut you off. And that only man that I know, that Fatima Cherry Pat was former man of the You think I'm stupid to you?
Stand on your eat your saddle.
I beg you, I know that somebody
Fatima dodging my question.
What's the man name?
Which man?
What you say you got?
I got a man.
Yo, where is he?
What do you mean? Look, I investigate. I say.
No, I'm not sure. I don't want to know. Where is he?
You have to get to the man. Listen to how to get I got a man.
I have a man. Okay, Paul, you asked me what's the difference between a boyfriend.
A real significant question that you have not answered.
Okay, wait.
Look at what you're saying. CEO scale of Fatima. Have you ever dealt with Fatima? I can't get on her backside.
Wait, let me say. Paul Kennedy said something. He said, Fatima, what's the difference between a boyfriend and a man? The difference between a boyfriend is you kick it with him sometime, you're headed, and that's it. I do not do that. I have a man that holds me down when I hold him down.
Correct.
And this commitment. Like I say who, when, and how. That's it. Commitment. I do have.
But Fatima, though, let me frank. I want to leave this thing, but my heart telling me not to. Let me get in trouble. Let me get in trouble, Fatima. Let me frank. Where is this man on this earth? Where is he?
Which man?
The one that you say you get.
Stand up. I know how we can find him.
My brother Balu talking.
I know how we can find him, man. I will volunteer and pay for the CC camera.
My man. The CC camera can go off and come out sometimes. Where is this man?
Okay.
No, Fatima, everybody want to know. Seriously, you're a beautiful woman. Where is this man?
My man is here.
Is it a spiritual man or I don't know?
Spiritual man.
Granny said that she doesn't have anyone, right? She got her cat. Granny got her cat. But I'm asking you now. I'm asking you, Fatima, on a serious note. The majority black want to know. The minority black want to know.
Disclaimer of Fatima, I come in peace. I'm not a part of Tendo.
Yes, Yata. What are you moving for? I'm really telling you, I left Fatima Bene. What you to hide again now?
Fatima force me. Let me just say that. The majority of black want to know. The minority of black want to know.
Let it be known that I'm not a part of Tendo Hulubala tonight.
I want to be
But you see, on the show, it's good to have Sister Fatima. We love Sister Fatima.
For the camp wedding, the CC camera there, but I see no man beyond.
You don't see the man because he's on vacation.
Oh, you are at camp wedding, Fatima?
You want to camp wedding alone?
You see the video?
Oh, yeah.
You went by yourself to a wedding? Who goes to a wedding by themselves?
When my man take vacation, I'm not be by myself.
No, forget. Don't come at me like that. I get a question. Stand on. If a woman has a man,
what you concerning?
If a woman has a man,
and you're my sister, Fatima. Fatima, let me tell you something. Fatima and myself, she's my sister. She care about me. I care about her. No bush can separate our sister and brother relationship. Never. I believe everything Fatima said, and like so many out there that want to know Fatima, man, whether he's in Liberia, whether he's from Nima County. That's it. I see you later.
Good night. Dwalu, later.
Well, folks, it's been a great show. We want to appreciate everyone for being here tonight. Thanks for participating on the show tonight. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching the show. We appreciate all of your inputs, your contributions, your engagements in the comment section as well. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of Small Talk. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Colette. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country for relaying this edition of the program. And thanks to the many of you across the world for following tonight. In the comment section, engaging Howard Dennis, Ruth Goba, Big, Grable, Jaron, all of you with love, LIB2. We appreciate everyone for participating tonight. You can join us tomorrow for another great show. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now. What I want. This what you